Good morning.
Morning.
No, I checked myself in. I realize I have to check out. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who are we missing? Alice. We're missing Alice. Okay. All right. Welcome to the second day of orientation for summer CPE. And I hope you have been enjoying this. And then you'll see by the time you get to your floor how necessary and informative and helpful this orientation process is. For those who are returning, I know this is repetitive, but as you pay attention, I'm quite sure that you glean much more actually than your first unit. Oh, I missed that part. I missed this part. And as you listen to familiar content, try to find out how I can implement this in this case scenario. So that's what your veterans are supposed to do through this orientation. Okay, now this morning we have didactics prepared. Excuse me. And then the first didactic is going to be offered by Chaplain Juan on the topic of grief and loss. Okay, and then I'll do the student handbook review, and then Chaplain Juan will come back and we'll do the spiritual assessment didactic. All right. So before we begin, Donna, would you mind contacting Alice if she's on the way? Yeah. So before we get,
She can't get in. Is
she
she
can't
in
get
the
in?
waiting room?
Interesting.
Let me send a link to her.
Okay. So before we get there, anybody has some burning agenda in your heart, some worries and concern or celebration? Your child's birthday, your birthday, anniversary, something good? Or you're worried about the ice cream that you left in the fridge? No, Victor, yes.
Yeah, good morning, all. Yeah, there's a question. Probably you wanted to discuss it later or something. The message you sent about a meeting for the fourth and third. I don't know. Is it a physical meeting or something?
What meeting?
Yeah, you said the inspector.
Oh, the meeting that I sent you. So that's next Wednesday at what time was it? Was it
10 a.m.
10 a.m.? Excuse me, 10 a.m. Yeah, that's on Zoom. I sent the Zoom link. If you read the email carefully, I sent you the Zoom link. So that's a Zoom meeting. That is the meeting with the ACPE site visit team. Every 6th year, a team comes to each center and checks on each center and to see how they are doing great and to encourage us about how we're doing. So that's what this is for. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, that's next Wednesday at 10 a.m. and there's a Zoom link. That's for 50 minutes, only for 50 minutes.
I have a celebration. My son Caleb graduated from Fresno State last Saturday with his girlfriend. And then on Sunday, they drove to Monterey and he proposed to her.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Nice. Good for you. That's a 2-hit. All right. That's very good. Yeah. Now you go to a third base easily or back home. Better score.
Well,
good for you, David.
They're both going into a master's program. So the plan is to try to get an apartment this summer, get situated. They have internships. So
awesome.
That's their plan.
Awesome. Wow. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Going once? Twice? All right, Juan, you roll it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone, if it is morning where you are at. All right. So today we'll be discussing the awesome topic of grief and loss. Believe it or not, this is a dynamic that you are going to encounter on a consistent basis as you begin your clinical rotations, wherever those might be. So this is a little presentation I like to give. It's kind of a little intro, things to be uh, aware of when you are going about and visiting your patients. So let me begin by asking this. Can you all name one thing that you've learned so far in orientation? One thing that is valuable to you, that you found valuable or interesting?
Feel free to start with any of my didactics. No pressure.
Will do, Donna. I've had some training in patient awareness, but the six responses yesterday kind of brought everything, not I can't say everything, but a lot of things together for me. It seems like a really nice roadmap to keep conscious of when you're meeting, especially when you're early in the relationship of caregiving. So.
Very good. How about others?
Learn to ask clarifying questions. Ask questions for clarification.
Very good. Jennifer, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think what stayed with me is different types of responses. And also the, what do you call it, Hispanic culture. At least I have more and clear understanding about that.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. How about others?
The didactic, if I'm saying that right, on the LGBTQ community, being able to learn what each one of those the letters meant, you know, that was impactful for me.
Good. Thank you. Joseph, you got a comment?
Yes, it's to be affirming and to be present with the patient to stay where they are.
Fantastic. How about others?
I am the last one, you know.
One of the
Yeah,
last.
it's so interesting to learn about all the difference, you know, and all those letters, LBGTQ, something like that. It's so interesting, you know, how they think, how they define themselves, and give us a light, you know, how we can approach to them without judgment.
Very good. I appreciate that. We have two left.
I just echo for the Alfredo. It is the important to be present and think about the patient or the my congregation is the most important things.
Fantastic. Thank you. Alice, last but not least.
You're asking about yesterday. I wasn't here for didactics, so that's why I just leave it to those who are here for didactics.
Alice, how are you today?
I am good, thank you. A little tired, but I'm good. Thank you so much.
Well, then let me introduce myself again if you weren't here. I'm not sure if you know who I am. My name is Juan.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm one of the CECs.
Mhm.
All right, thank you for that. All right, thank you, everybody. So let's begin. Let's see if I can get this rolling here. Fantastic. Do y'all see that? See that?
Yes.
That works?
But
Perfect.
tiny.
Hmm?
Looks tiny.
It looks tiny. That's not good. Let's exit this. Does that look better?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the grieving process, grief and loss. So the agenda that I'm looking for today, or we're gonna go over, is the introduction, grief defined, grief assessment tools or assessed tools, and this idea of self-awareness. Something that has come up. I'm pretty sure this first day will come up this next day and the day after that, after this, in terms of our orientation and what that means, right? So again, I want this to be more of try to be more of a conversation instead of me just speaking at you. Again, this is a dynamic that you will encounter when you are in the hospital, wherever you are assigned, as you are learning this process, right? So some things to be aware of. Let's begin with definitions. Can somebody read what the definition of loss is?
Loss, absence of an object, position, ability, or attribute.
Yes, thank you. So then what is grief?
I should continue?
If you like to continue, or someone else.
Maybe I can give someone else opportunity.
Thank you. Can someone else read it, please?
Reaction to a loss.
Reaction to a loss, right? So loss is something that right, absence of an object, position, ability, or attribute, and grief is the reaction to that loss. So what is bereavement?
Provides dispensation from usual activities for a variable period.
Right. What is mourning?
Refers not so much to the reaction to the loss, but rather to the process of integrating the loss into everyday life.
Ah, fantastic. Thank you. All right, let's pause here. So there's a little exercise that I like to do with everybody whenever I present this. Let's see if I can bring it up. Oh, give me 1 second. I am trying to find it. Let me stop sharing. We'll do this. Minimize that. Oh, I do. All right. Please forgive my sketching. Do you all see that? Can you see that? It says the life of a human.
Yes.
All right. So we can see here, we have the beginning and we have the end, right? The beginning ends. The beginning starts at our birth. The end is whenever we pass. And that can be different for everybody, as you all know. So let's begin. So tell me, again, this is a group effort. So what types of things happen? What important things happen within the lifespan of a human being? Can somebody name something? Right? When you are born, what happens? What happens next? What's the next big area of development?
Early childhood development.
So early childhood, what else?
Schooling.
Yeah. What else?
Middle childhood, wherever that falls.
What was that one more time?
Early childhood, middle childhood, whatever that falls.
Okay. Yes, true. True. What else? What bigger? What does that encompass? Middle childhood.
Youth.
One more time.
Youth.
Okay, youth. What big
Interacting,
things do you learn?
interacting with people, with peers.
Going
community,
back,
right, is important. You learn about community, interacting with others.
going back a little bit, I think becoming aware of your family from, probably before the first year and in early childhood, you become aware of your family group.
Right. Family, community, others, right? Church.
Identity starts to form.
Right. Okay, so what other things happen? These are all very good answers. What other things happen?
Yeah. Career, education, and employment, career.
Yes. Career, job, etc. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. What else happens? Do people tend to get married?
Marriage,
Yes, married.
vocation.
Yeah, married. What
Parenthood.
else?
Parenthood.
Parenthood. So people have parenthood. What else?
Retirement.
You start getting
Retirement.
older.
I don't know about retirement. Whatever. Okay, so you can see that all these things happen, right? These big major life events, and there are hundreds more that take place within the lifespan of a human, right? We can keep going on and we can name when we learn to walk, when we learn to do X, Y, and Z, right? When we do all these different things. So as you can plainly see, we're always gaining something, are we not? Right? What are we gaining when we are born? What do we gain?
Life.
Life.
Life. What else?
Growth.
Growth. Anything else?
Family.
Family. Yes. How about early childhood? What are you gaining?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Language.
Language. Yes. Friends. A new sense of community, right?
Boundaries.
Boundaries. When you are entering a different community, family, or others, what are you gaining?
Friends.
Friends.
Social awareness.
Social awareness. How about with career and jobs? What do you gain?
Well,
Responsibilities.
What was that?
Responsibilities.
Work.
Work.
Autonomy. Autonomy is big.
Autonomy, right. So you gain money, right? Finances, the ability to be autonomous to do things, right? How about when you get married? What do you gain?
You either gain or lose.
Married or partner, since everybody can't marry.
True.
Child.
What was that?
Child.
Child. Okay.
Companionship.
Companionship.
Yeah.
Maybe a new family, right? A new community.
Family.
Whatever that looks like. Right? How about parenthood? What do you gain there?
Patience.
Joy and pain.
Joy and pain. I would agree with that.
No sleep.
No sleep. Right. What do you get in retirement?
Free time.
Free time?
Gray hair, loss of health, weakness.
You gain all these different things, right?
Come on, Victor. You can add more.
So we can see that many times in life we always view things as a sense of gain, right? We're always gaining something. But as many of you have begun to express, there's also a sense of loss, right? So in early childhood, what are we losing? What do you
Well,
lose in early childhood?
I lost a father at 8 years old, so
You could lose a father?
yeah.
You're no longer your mother's womb, right? So you have to breathe for yourself. You have to eat for yourself. You do all these things for yourself. Victor?
You're losing dependence.
Dependence. How about in school? What do you lose?
Free time.
Free time? What else?
You lose some sleep from doing your assignments.
Mm-hmm. You lose the possibility of being home with your parents, mom or dad.
You could be losing your comfort zone.
You lose your comfort zone.
Mhm.
How about when you get a job? What do you lose? You find a career.
Free time.
Can I say freedom?
Yes, free time, freedom,
Part of your home life.
part of your home life. How about when you're married? What do you lose? Or in a relationship with a significant other, what do you lose?
Independence.
Independence. What else?
Individual decision making.
Yep. Other people you have to consider now.
Yes.
When you retire, and Victor was talking about this a little bit, what do you lose?
Your
Your
healthy.
job.
Yep. What was that, Alfredo?
Some abilities.
Abilities,
You could lose some income.
income. How about your kids? Right? They move out. They build their own lives if you have kids.
You start losing friends
Friends,
to
death, yes. How about when you're a
Sometimes
parent? What do
losing
you lose?
family.
Well, family, yes. So in parenthood too, what do we lose in parenthood?
Sons, daughters, maybe. You could.
Right? Sleep, money, right? So you
Yep.
can see, sorry, did someone have a comment? So you can see that throughout life, yes, we are gaining these very important things, but at the same time, we're also losing something, right? So it's a trade-off. We gain something, but we also lose something at the same time. So throughout life, it is this process of gaining and losing. But many times we only focus on what we gain, and we don't focus on what we're losing. So let's go back to the presentation. So are all of you grieving? Are most people grieving? What do you all think? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Now the question is, are they aware of that? That's a different question. Right? Because remember, what is loss? Absence of an object, position, ability, or attribute. What does it mean to grieve? It's a reaction to that loss. So when patients are in a hospital, what are they losing?
Healthy.
Their health. What other things are they losing?
Their freedom.
Their freedom.
Independence.
Independence. Their privacy. What other things do they lose?
sometimes mobility and their ability to comprehend or react.
Yes.
Friends, family.
Yes. So many times, and this is true for all of us, it's neither good nor bad, it's just what it means to be human is we're not always aware of what we're losing. because we're focusing on what we're gaining. And it's only in moments of these difficult situations that we become aware of our loss, right? So we begin to grieve that loss, whatever that loss might be. Many times when I've visited patients in hospitals, in their rooms, wherever, a lot of that time, those conversations don't necessarily revolve around what their medical situation is. It's mostly almost always about their family, their regrets, their sense of loss and grief regarding different dynamics within their life. So be aware of that. That grief is everywhere. That loss is everywhere. We experience it on a regular basis. We're just not always aware of it. And that's true for the patients, for the people that you'll be visiting. So then there are many different types of grief, right? So can somebody read the anticipatory grief? What is anticipatory grief?
The feeling of grief that occurs before an impending loss,
Yes.
often related to the death of a loved one or significant life changes. It allows individuals to process emotions and prepare for the loss they expect to experience.
Thank you. How about acute grief?
Acute grief, also called early grief, is the intense period after a person experiences a loss. During acute grief, a person may experience feelings of being in shock and or numb. It is common for a person to experience extreme sadness, yearning, and or searching for their loved one when in acute grief.
Thank you. How about normal grief?
Normal grief is expected emotional response to loss, such as the death of a loved one, and typically includes the feeling of the sadness, anger, and confusion. It varies in duration and intensity for everyone, but generally people gradually learn to cope and adjust to their new reality over time.
Yes, thank you. All right, and then we have one more, complicated grief.
Complicated grief, also referred to as prolonged grief, and persistent complex grief occur when acute grief becomes severe in longevity and significantly impairs the ability to function in a person's daily life. Some of the characteristics of complicated grief are intense yearning, intense sorrow, preoccupation with or avoidance of the disease, social withdrawal, intense feeling of emptiness or loneliness, feeling life is meaningless or unfulfilling, inability to adjust and interact in new experiences, and suicidal ideation. Grief can be complicated if persistent feeling of anger, unhealthy guilt, regret, resentment, bitterness is not worked through.
Thank you. All right, we have, one last one, a very important one. Disenfranchised grief. One last volunteer. Oh, David, you're on mute. Thank you.
My dog was barking, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Disenfranchised grief is when a person loses something or someone in their life that is important to them, but either their loss is not valued or recognized by others, or the way they're grieving is not considered to be a socially acceptable way to process grief.
All right. Thank you for those who read and participated. So this is one. So there are a variety of different types of grief that exist and that people experience throughout their life. Specifically, we're focusing on the context of your visits. They are within a variety of different grief types. So part of your role is to an extent, figure out where they are. In doing so, it gives you a good indication of what types of interventions you can use with them, okay? So I'm gonna leave it at that for right now. So being aware of grief is important, right? This specific one is very important, disenfranchised grief. So what does this mean? A good example is you have a nurse who's taking care of a patient, and this nurse has made a real connection with this patient, and they've gotten close over the short amount of time that she's been working with him. Suddenly, the patient dies, and the nurse comes in the next day and finds out that the patient has passed. Many times there is a reaction to that loss from the nurse, but what ends up happening is that the family begins to say, why is the nurse grieving? She didn't even know him. So that process is called disenfranchised grief. So why do I bring that up? Because when you are visiting with patients, this may happen to you. This will, in essence, affect how you connect with others, right? This is why this idea of self-awareness is important, as we'll talk about maybe a little bit later. So before I move on to the next section, which is assessing grief, I want to ask you guys, just before you respond, take about a minute or two and think about what is impactful for you as we are going through this short teaching here on grief. What insight have you gained so far?
I have a question. You
Yep.
were talking about disenfranchised grief and
Yep.
the nurse and how the family reacted. So is it wrong to have that grief and display it before the family?
What do y'all think? Is that wrong?
I think it's coming close to the area of boundaries and being able to, so that you don't get misunderstood or something. I don't know.
Well, I don't think
it's
there's
not,
oh, sorry, Victor. You're done.
sorry. I think it's not right and wrong. As soon as you grieve, I cannot say it's right or it's wrong. It's either one. I think it's not such a right and wrong grief.
I agree, Alfredo. I was going to say that I don't think there's a right or wrong way to grieve.
I would just add, maybe it's because of the way you process it, the person processes the grief. Maybe that will make it either right or wrong.
Yeah, I think all of you are correct. There is no right or wrong way of grieving. But in that professional context, I think there need to be limits and boundaries, as Victor was also talking about. For example, and I share this often, when I was in palliative care, I was working for palliative care at Downtown Community Hospital. There was a baby that was passing away. They were placed on hospice. They had a few weeks to live. And they asked me to pray with the family because I was the only Spanish speaking chaplain at the time. So this family didn't speak Spanish. They were of the Oaxacan community, so they spoke Mixteco. So we had an interpreter who spoke Mixteco and understood Spanish. So I would pray in Spanish, they interpreted it into Mixteco. So during this was a very heartbreaking case for a lot of the staff. So when I went in there to pray, we had doctors, nurses, RTs, we had everybody, family in there. And in that prayer, I cried. I cried because life is unfair. Because this is a baby who is 6 months old and has 6 months to live or less. So in that way, I think I know I empowered the family and all the staff there to grieve that loss, because all of them have built a relationship with that family and with that baby. So they were expressing disenfranchised grief, but many of them didn't feel they could express that grief in that moment. So when I cried in my prayer, that allowed them to express that grief and sadness as well. So I think there are appropriate times to do that and appropriate ways of doing that. As chaplains, in many cases, we are called to that type of ministry where you are normalizing what grief is for those around you, especially staff, and especially in those moments that are very difficult. And people don't know what to do with that, right? So I think all of you are correct. It just depends on who, what, when, and where. So very good question, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about others?
I had this scenario 2 weeks ago of this lady. She had this miscarriage.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that miscarriage is some sort of disenfranchised grief, in the sense that people don't recognize that as grief. And she's always viewed as being too emotional. She is a nurse, and she works in ICU. And so the one lady lost her child, and she was crying profusely. She was crying for that baby that died, but she was crying for herself. And she's always viewed as she has mental problem because she's very emotional since she had that miscarriage. Just because she's never been allowed the opportunity to grieve. That opportunity was stolen and is still stolen from her. And all they see is an emotional woman. And so she brought this conversation with me. And again, it just ties to what you're just describing as disenfranchised grief, because society really do not recognize miscarriage as a form of loss to be openly grieved.
Yes, that is correct. And you also bring up another very important point, that we are going, as we visit and minister to people in our context, our own grief will be touched and brought up, just like hers was. Because her unprocessed grief came up in that moment for her, right? And it's going to be the same for many of us. That's just what this process is. So this is why this idea of self-awareness comes into play. How are we aware that we are losing something while we're gaining something? Have we processed our grief? And that's going to be a very important factor going forward. And this is not to say that you need to completely process it, that you need to completely get over it or deal with it. I function under the idea of Henry Nouwen and what he says, the wounded healer, right? We're healed enough, we're that one step ahead so that we can help others. Our grief is healed enough, not perfectly, not completely. It's healed enough that we can step into those types of situations. So Alice, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That was a really good point.
Can I add a comment right there,
Sure.
Juan? Because I am in charge of NICU, and I very often experience different losses. And last week we lost a baby 3 days old. They are working in the baby for 45 minutes, trying to get him back. So the atmosphere was so intense, and I was there, I prayed. But I just want to point, and sometimes the nurses and the doctors feel guilty the guiltiness. Yeah, they are crying, they are grieved, but they feel guilt about that. And be aware that every one of those who are working may be feeling that way. I can do something different. And sometimes they got home with that feeling. Okay. And I got this idea, and I encouraged the father, because I was in the curriculum with the father and the principal doctor and the mother and myself and the kid that used that. And all the nurses are up there, the curriculum crying, and I can hear them. And I encourage the father to step out and thanks for the hard worker, the nurses and the doctors doing. And he was agreed. He do not speak English. As you say, I'm the only speaking Spanish chaplain. So I step out to the curriculum with the dead, and I get in together all the staff who was working. And the dead start thank them for the hard work and make away that guiltiness. And the atmosphere change because they start crying for gratitude, because this death changed the atmosphere when they say thanks for all your hard work. It's not your fault. And I just want to point this, because we have to be aware as a chaplains that they can feel guilty. And we have to help them to overcome that guiltiness.
Mm-hmm. And that's a very good point, right? So this is why I talk about, we're moving on to grief assessment and tools. This is why I talk about, you're going to meet this, you're going to see this dynamic in the context of the hospital, right? As Alfredo shared, many of the nurses, doctors, medical staff, they get into the field of medicine to help people. And many times they're only focusing on what they're gaining. I get to help people. But when they get into the position of whatever medical position they are in, they realize there's going to be some loss. They begin to realize there's going to be some loss. And that is they're going to lose patients. So then that sense of guilt comes into play. Right? So again, be aware of that. Disenfranchised grief is a lot more prevalent than you might believe. So when you are in these positions, when you are ministering to patients, remember that you're not only there for the patients, you're there for the staff. Because if you can help the staff process their grief, their whatever it is that they're going through, that will provide a better experience for the patient. Does that make sense? So again, something to be aware of. And as you continue this process, you'll become aware of it, right? And hopefully you remember like, oh yeah, this is normal. This happens a lot. This is what the normal baseline is, right, in this field. So again, just to be aware. So in terms of assessing, right, grief assessment is being aware of what the grief process is that everybody grieves, right? That everybody is losing something. So when you do that, that is your basic understanding, right? Everyone is grieving. How do I figure out what type of grief they're experiencing, right? Is it normal grief? Is it disenfranchised? Is it acute grief? And so on. You do that by listening, by active listening and asking clarifying questions, right? So for example, there was this one patient I visited, a veteran, and I walk into his room and he begins to tell me in our conversation that they are going to amputate his leg from the knee down. And he's so worried about the procedure and all these different types of things, right? So in this conversation, as I'm assessing him, I assess him that he's grieving, right? So let me ask you this. What type of grief do you think he might be experiencing? He's in the hospital and he's about to lose his leg.
Anticipated grief.
Yes. Anticipatory grief. right? So it's not that complicated. So he's grieving. So we talked about his grief. What does that mean for you to lose your leg? That sounds really sad that you're losing your leg. That sounds a bit overwhelming. So in just using active listening, right, these phrases, that sounds scary, that sounds overwhelming, that sounds frustrating, or what have you, whatever feeling you want to add in there, using active listening creates this dynamic of being present. Because you're not necessarily asking questions, but you're allowing them to tell you what their grief process is and how they're managing that grief, which is called coping. How are they coping with that grief? Right? The other side of the coin in relation to that process, active listening, is being present. So this is a concept we talked about a little bit earlier, is, are you healed enough in your own grief to be able to do that? So again, things to be aware of, right? And I share this example too. My auntie died of cancer 2009, September. She was at CRMC where I worked. So the last time I physically saw my Thea alive was in the ED red zone. Doctors had told her she has stage 4 cancer. She only has 6 months to live. There's nothing they could do for her. So she went home on hospice. I didn't see her from that point on, other than when she was buried at the cemetery. So for me, that created, I didn't know that I was grieving. I didn't know that I missed her. It was only until I visited a patient in the hospital that reminded me of her that I realized I was grieving. Because in that visit, I wanted to get away so quickly that I wasn't present to listen to what this patient had to say about her fears and her anxieties and what she was going through. It was only until that I grieved the death of my auntie or Thea that I was healed enough to be present with other people. Does that make sense? So again, this is this idea of self-awareness, right? And what that looks like. So again, you guys don't have to be experts at this, right? It's a process of learning as you go forward. And it can be a messy process. It can be a painful process, but it's a good one. So I encourage you, at least for this moment in time, just to be aware of it, right? To know that it exists, to know that everyone loses something. That includes you, that includes me. And to an extent, we're all grieving something, some loss. Okay? So before we move on, questions, thoughts?
We're just thinking about how the awareness of losing and gaining can also help in grief processing. Yeah, because actually I lost my mom November last year, and before then I knew I used to struggle with a lot of things in my life. But after her death, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I will put that. It's like those things I used to struggle with, I never struggle with them anymore. So somehow I felt it's like my mom died with those, or maybe she's praying for me. She's more present to me now. She's now praying more for me than when she was alive. Because at some point I was like, how am I even feeling? Is it that I'm even happy that she died? I couldn't kind of put them together, but somehow I could feel in my body that things I used to struggle with in terms of some things, they're no longer there. So I kind of felt maybe it's my mom, because some of those things she was aware of them when she was alive. Probably she continued with the prayer and all that. And I so much believe that she's more present to me now, even than when she was alive. So while talking about the losing and gaining thing, I'm like, wow, yeah, it can somehow help us to grieve and to,
Yes.
cope with our loss.
Yeah, and that is a beautiful example. You lost your mom physically, but it still sounds her spirit resides within you and has even given you a sense of peace. That is beautiful. So you're right. That is a perfect example of how we're losing and gaining. And in the midst of that, however that works out, we become a better person, or we feel peace about that. It can help us grow in who we are. So thank you, Jennifer, for that. I appreciate that. That is a wonderful example. How about other thoughts?
How do chaplains help normalize grief, especially disenfranchised grief?
By talking about it, by telling the nurse, and Alfredo gave a really good example of that, right? Telling staff that it's okay to grieve, right? That's a normal thing to be human, is to grieve and to experience loss. And to even in the dynamic that Alfredo depicted or talked about, where the family went out and said thank you to the staff members. And because that happened, that normalized their grief, the staff members' grief. And it created a better, I would argue, a better dynamic in that everybody was able to grieve the way they were meant to grieve, and to process that death, however it is they were processing it in that moment. So in that way, when I think about Alfredo's story, it's this idea of normalizing that process and saying, we're all sad about this. Yes, you're the parents, you're the family, but we also cared for this little human being that is important to everybody, that is precious. So in that way, we're normalizing, chaplains can normalize that. So the biggest, from my perspective, is how are we normalizing grief, disenfranchised grief, for one, patients, and two, for staff?
I'm talking about in community. In a clinical setting, that's easier. It's easier. But when you come to the community setting, especially,
it'd be the same thing.
Right, but it's more difficult especially in community and groups where it's so ingrained to be emotionally tough, and where concrete issues like the miscarriage is not really seen as big time loss, right? How do you really get the community? Again, it's not a completely rhetorical. One will have to go out there, but there is when you have resistance, right? It is not something that is that easy like in clinical setting. In community setting, it's harder.
So in that context, that's a bigger question, right? To more of a community cultural type of question in relation to grief and what loss looks like. So at the very least, in our sphere of influence, I would say, what does it mean for you to talk about grief with people in your community? And in that way, we are slowly advancing that idea of grief, right? Because we're not going to change the hearts and minds of people in a community that have specific belief systems about anything and everything. So in our specific context, how are we talking about grief? And in talking about grief, we are beginning to, one, educate, and two, normalizing the fact that we do lose, right, something, and we do gain something, that we all humans grieve and we're called towards that. But the question is, that's just a small step in your specific context. Again, this whole bigger community, what that looks like in terms of culture, whatever that might be, that question is, it's really starting with you. How are you internalizing grief? How are you processing grief? because in doing so, you're able to be present with people, right? And normalizing grief for them. And in that way, you are making small changes or planting seeds that hopefully in time will bear fruit, right? So it's a long process that takes baby steps, especially when we're talking about larger communities, changing culture, things of that nature, right? So it starts with you. What is your process about grief? How are we sharing it with people? How are we normalizing it with people? Other questions, thoughts?
I think for me, I'm having a little difficult time grasping the term normalize, because normalization has to do with our perception of what's normal.
Mm-hmm.
I was interested in the complicated grief because I'd never seen that classified. That's what I experienced at 8 years old. I lost my father. My mother looked at me and said, "You're the man of the house now." I had a baby brother and a little sister, and I wasn't able to process that. And the long-term result was I had, from about 6th grade to my junior year in high school, serious juvenile delinquency. And I was always being told, I was even told by some counselors at school and deans that, you were pretty young. I don't know how this really affected you at that age, things like that. And so I was able to process it as I went into young adulthood, and I was in youth ministry. That's kind of a long story how I finally was able to really deal with it. But the thing that it's carried over to is in my classroom, because I really have a compassion and a heart for kids. Over the last 15 years, I've experienced it. They might have dad was drug out of the house in the middle of the night by a SWAT team, or mom and dad split up and they've lost mom or dad, or taken into foster care. Or I had a student this year who lost his father suddenly at 42 years old, and they brought him to my classroom, and I didn't feel like anything was really being done for him. So I had to be his advocate and get some help and get him into counseling. And so it's helped me over the years to have a more empathy for young people who've lost a parent. So, but I didn't really understand the whole process of complicated grief. When I read that, I go, wow, that's exactly what I went through.
Yep, exactly. So the question that you had in terms of what does it mean to normalize? From my perspective, normal means, at least when it comes to this idea of grief, is that we recognize we all lose something.
Okay.
And as we lose something, we grieve, right? It's that we react to that loss, which is grief. And whether you are 2, 8, wherever, 30, 60, 70, 80, we all can grieve as long as awareness is key, right? This idea of awareness. The awareness that we have the ability to lose something. Once we have that awareness, there is a reaction to that loss. It's a normal instinctual reaction that happens within people. So that's what I mean by normal. Victor?
I think as well, matching what you explained, during the process, some people also live in denial. They want to wish it away. They want to, distract themselves, finding other ways. Just they want to run away from the reality. So, but within this normal grief, there's a degree of acceptance, coming to terms with what is facing you, and you face your fears. So when you come to that stage, perhaps the process will now kick in of healing.
Yes, that's true. So this presentation only covers like an introduction, right? Because these are just things you all hopefully are aware of, will begin to be aware of going forward. But there is a whole other aspect of what do we do with interventions? How do we support people? How do we deal with our own grief? What does a grief cycle look like? Things of that nature. But for now, again, I just want to go over this fairly quickly. And the last, I know we're out of time. The last slide I want to give a little bit of, I want to talk about a little bit, and it's something we've already been talking about. So it's this idea of self-care, right? What does self-care look like? What are you doing for yourself to take care of yourself? What types of hobbies do you have? Are you exercising? Are you eating well? How are you processing specifically here your own grief? Are you aware of that grief? What does that look like for you? Right? What does your grief process look like? Be aware that burnout exists, right? And it's when burnout happens, as Victor mentioned, we begin to suppress that grief and we don't deal with that grief. The more we do that, grief doesn't go away. It just bottles up until finally it spills over, right? We hit that point where we're burnt out. So be aware of that. One little tool that I always advocate for is the ProQual 5. And this is a grief burnout indicator, we'll say burnout indicator. So you can go in there, Google it into, I don't know, Google or something, Google it, and it'll come up. It's a free, you can find it free, and you take the test, and it tells you where you are in terms of burnout. So again, a little short little introduction into grief and what that looks like, things you might be experiencing. What is self-awareness, right? How are you dealing with your grief? What is your grief process? How are you taking care of yourself? Are you understanding burnout, and where are you in burnout? All right, it's 10 o'clock. Fortunately, unfortunately, my time is up. I will see you all next time.
Thank you, Juan. I'll see
Thank you
you
so
in
much.
an hour.
You're
Thank
very
you.
welcome.
And send us a slash one.
All right,
Okay.
let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. I'll see you in an hour, Juan.
Okay.
I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
I'm gonna log out.
Okay, let's regroup. So I just want to remind you that you're doing great. Whenever you feel tired, don't forget that you can stand up, you can stretch, yawn, drink water, hop. You can do whatever you want, but stay on the screen. That's all I want. If you want to doze on the screen. It's okay. All right. That's right. Stretch. It's a long day. But guess what? Because of this long 3 days of orientation, you can have only to do 5-hour short class, comparatively short class each week. Now, we're going to go back to our most favorite topic, student handbook. Yay, I know you love this. Yes. So we were left with, I think, the definition of indicators and outcomes. So I want to go back to that. This is, every content of the orientation is important, but this is so crucial because it has to do with your final evaluation. So please pay attention. All right. So we're talking about defining CP outcomes for level 1 and level 2. Whenever you have a question, please stop me. I think we covered the first two under the category A. We're under category A, outcome 1. Excuse me. Category A is spiritual formation and integration. Outcome 1 was narrative history, and outcome 2 is social cultural identity. For 1A, the newbie students, there are 2 indicators under outcome 2. 1A3, demonstrate knowledge of your social identity as related to spiritual care. Oh, I think we covered this, right? Articulate awareness of reflection when it can. Okay, right. So I think we covered this. Outcome 3, spiritual values-based, spiritual and values-based orienting systems. Okay. For newbie students, 1A5 indicator, describe how your values and beliefs about spiritual care are part of your orienting systems. So what is orienting systems? The veterans. What is orienting system? Can you recall?
I think talking about orienting systems are things that make up our core values based on faith, cultural, and general orientation.
Yeah, that's right. So this has to do with your values and principles and guidelines that you go by in your life, pretty much. So social identity refers to your sense of belonging. So I believe that I belong to this group, I belong to that group, right? I belong to this race, I belong to that sex, I belong to this church, I belong to this denomination. So that's has to do with your sense of belonging, right? And orienting system has to do with your principles or rules or values or guidelines that you go by to live, to make decisions. So it's a framework for your approach to caring for others. Okay. So, for example, I grew up in a culture that emphasizes, work hard, work very, very hard. I was even working for a company called Samsung that started from 7 a.m. We started working 7 a.m. Can you believe? I woke up 4:30 in the morning to get to my workplace by 7. How about that? But I didn't feel not much trouble because that's the culture that I was growing up. So, work hard, work hard, and then be a macho, and then firstborn son in this patriarchal culture is very important. Yeah, save your face is very important. It does impact the way I provide pastoral care. Okay. So at the beginning of my units, my internship, I continued to do something for the patients because I had to do something, coming from the culture. So this orienting system, coming from my work ethics and this patriarchal culture, the saving face, a lot influenced the way I approach. Okay, does it make sense? All right. And also being a macho in this very patriarchal culture, every now and then, without being cautious, I found myself at the beginning of my unit, I found myself trying to rescue people suffering from this Superman syndrome. It does impact the way you provide care. Okay. And when I meet with Baptist patients, when I meet with the Catholic patients, of course, it does impact and influence your intervention because of their orienting system. Okay. All right. So this system serves as a foundation for the pastoral caregiver's role and helps them understand their responsibilities, goals, and boundaries in providing emotional and spiritual support to individuals in need. Sometimes, coming from your own orienting system, you may feel like, oh, I need to focus on drawing boundaries more. Or sometimes you may focus more on feeling more responsible and trying to do more. Again, it all comes from your orienting system. Why this is important? So in U.S. Air Force, there's a colonel named John Boyd who developed a strategy to help pilots manage jet plane flights, complex, chaotic environments. It's very chaotic, right? Because they go so fast. Sometimes they get confused between which is air and which is the lane. So this colonel developed this strategy to help them manage well their flight in the midst of that chaotic environment. So this letters, WOODA, stands for Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. And pilots were already familiar with 3 of these steps, which were observe, decide, and act. But crucially, Boyd added one more step, which is orient. Okay. Without the process of orienting, you can trust a little too much on what you observed, and you decide prematurely, and then you end up with wrong action, and then you hit the land. So you have to go through the process of orienting. Okay, meaning that how you're going to make the decision, how you're going to use this data that you gleaned from observation. You have to double check it and decide how you're going to use the data through this orienting stage. So this extra step created a fundamental shift in flight success rates. Otherwise, when jet planes reached a certain speed and height, the pilot could become completely disoriented and believing land is sky and the sky is land, and they collapse. So it's very important for you to go through this orienting system, double check your data reflected upon your orienting system. It's very, very important for you to do that. So Orienting system might include faith, religion, tradition, communities, and values. Of course, your orienting system influences the way that you care for others. And it also means that you should be able to respect and honor the orienting system of others as well. Sometimes they might be similar, sometimes they might be different, so that your orienting system can hinder and limit the provision of spiritual care unless you're cautious about it. Okay? So the goal, the indicator for level 1A about orienting system is pretty much, do you understand that? So can you describe it? How your values and beliefs about spiritual care are part of your orienting system. So I'm coming from, this and this faith tradition, which believe this and that, and it impacts the way I provide spiritual care. I know that's from my orienting system. So if you can say that, you meet the goal. And 1B, which is Alice, and your goal is to demonstrate, not only to understand, you should be able to demonstrate in your practice so that you can demonstrate how your orienting systems inform spiritual care encounters, like I said at the beginning, right? So I'm coming from this and this culture, this and this faith, and I know how this is impacting the way I provide care to the patients. It becomes a hindrance when I deal with patients from this orienting system. Actually, it becomes benefit for me and support me when I provide care to this and that patient from that orienting system. If you can demonstrate that on your papers, verbatims, you meet the goal. 2A, Alfredo, Victor, and then Lisa. You should be able to demonstrate how your orienting system interacts with the care receiver's orienting systems. So in the middle of the visit, you should be able to tell, oh, this is where I'm coming from. This is my orienting system. I'm coming from patriarchal system. The patient is coming from matriarchal system or the atheist. So, and then I see that how these two different orienting systems are interacting with each other. And you talk about that in your verbatim. And then you tell us that how you offered your intervention, how you offered spiritual care, reflected upon your understanding of this interaction between these two orienting systems. Does it make sense? That's where you are, 2A. Category B, awareness of self and others. You have to stop because I'll go very fast. Awareness of self and others. Outcome 1, self-care. Under outcome 1, 1A6 for newbies, your goal is to demonstrate knowledge of the varieties of self-care and initiate the use of self-care practices. So for example, I know that there are this kind of self-care, which is, every now and then between visits, I have an option to go outside and then walk sometimes some campuses have like inner court. So I walk on the inner court and take a break. And that's my kind of self-care. Or I know I have another option, which is I go to coffee shop and take a coffee break. And that is my option for self-care. Or I have another option that I can go to chapel and then I pray and then meditate and then have time of relief and meditation. And that's another option of self-care. So if you can say that, I know that I have this priorities, and then you initiate, and then you met. 1B, Alice, you should be able to articulate how your self-care practices support well-being in spiritual care. So 1A student, like, I know these are my options for self-care. 1B is like, how I know how it is impacting me so that I can provide better care. I can be more focused. Okay. in providing care. And also you should be able to know about the how trauma-informed approaches, which has a lot to do with having enough self-care so that you won't be re-traumatized or you won't be stuck in your previous trauma in providing care. So you should be able to explain how it is impacting you in your visits, then you meet your goal. And then I'll say a little bit of trauma-informed care during didactic. Because the theme of this unit is family systems, and part of family systems is trauma-informed theory. I'll talk about that. 2A, you guys need to be able to demonstrate how you use self-care practices, including trauma-informed approach. So 1B is that in your approach to spiritual care, your self-care practices influencing your spiritual care. You should be able to talk about that, okay? Help you more relaxed and help you more focused and not be stuck by your previous trauma. 2A, guys, you should be able to be specifically understand there are different theories under trauma-informed approaches, and then you should be able to tell us that which part of the trauma-informed care approaches or theories you're using it in your spiritual care. Okay. And then again, I'll say more about this when I provide the didactic on trauma-informed care. And also, you should be able to understand how this the self-care practices impact not only your well-being, but also the well-being of your patients. So for example, when you see some family members who get really burned out and tired trying to provide the best care, how can you offer this the self-care practices as part of your intervention? Okay, outcome 2, justice-seeking awareness of bias. For new students, you need to demonstrate awareness. Again, basically, you need to be able to say that I know about this. Implicit and systemic bias, including cultural and value, belief-based prejudice, and its impact on spiritual care. So there are many, many biases. And basically, it's asking, are you aware of your own biases, the possible prejudices or biases? Don't just talk about the paper on biases or prejudices. Are you aware of your possible prejudices and biases? Yeah, and then its impact on spiritual care. So 1B, articulate an understanding of your implicit bias and systemic bias when providing spiritual care. So 1B is basically we expecting you to be able to find it in the middle of the visit. Oh, I'm having bias. I'm being prejudiced in this case. And I know where it's coming from. Can you recognize that in the middle of the visit? That's 1B. And talk about it on your verbatim or the weekly reflection. 2A, demonstrate how you are addressing your implicit bias and systemic bias when providing spiritual care as appropriate to your context. So 1B is, so you recognize it when it's happening in the middle of the visit. 2A, not only recognize it, you address it. How you're addressing it when that happens. And you should be able to talk about that, and then you should offer appropriate care accordingly. When you find it, this is what's happening. I know I shouldn't do this, so I approach this way. Okay. I'm going very, very fast, so you should stop me when you have a question. Outcome 3, intercultural and interreligious humility. 1A, demonstrate new students, demonstrate respect for the orienting systems of others arising out of sense of common humanity. So this is easy, right? So show your respect, okay, for other orienting systems. 1B, Alice, not only show respect, but also you should be able to talk about it and explain how you use intercultural and interreligious humility when providing spiritual care. So I met with this patient who comes from atheist background. Even though he didn't believe in God, I still could respect him because I believe, like you have many reasons. I believe that all human beings were created in God's image. So I respect that. Even though we do not have anything in common in terms of our religion or culture. So you can say that. Or you can say it differently. Oh, I just offered unconditional positive regard for that. Because I believe that that's one of my responsibility as common humanity, coming from my common humanity. So you should be able to say something, how you use the understanding of this intercultural, interreligious humility. 2A, Victor Alfredo Lissa. Demonstrate intercultural and interreligious humility when providing spiritual care. So 1B is like, oh, so this happened once. So I was able to describe it when it happened. Okay. And then how I used it to provide better care. And then 2A, you do it more regularly. Demonstrate that you are doing that regularly. That's what it means. Okay, not just once, regularly. You're doing it regularly, demonstrating. Category C, relational dynamics. Outcome 1, empathy. Demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of empathy in spiritual care context. So basically 1, I know what is empathy. 2, I start using it. That's what it is for 1A. You know it, you know what that is, and you start using it. Okay. Let's stop here. All right, I want to ask the veterans, how can you tell the difference between empathy and sympathy? Can you explain that to the new students? Anybody from veterans? What's the difference between, yes?
Sympathy is like feeling sorry for somebody. Empathy is maybe coming alongside of them and supporting them.
Right. Empathy is coming alongside. Sympathy is say, I'm sorry. But actually there's nothing really happening. And there might be a little too much of emotional attachment, but nothing really helping is really happening. The empathy is coming along. Very good. How else can you describe the difference between these two? Anybody else from veterans?
Need like feeling for someone. The difference is for someone, which is a sympathy. I'm feeling this for this person. But the ability to feel with someone.
Very good.
Sympathy and
yeah, very good. Yeah. Bless your memory. Yeah, sympathy is feeling for. You feel like you can do anything for that person. You're ready to jump in and start rescuing because you feel for that person. But in reality, you can't fix it, right? So empathy instead is you feel with. That's what it means by M-E-M, with. Feel with. You just walk alongside, as Lissa said, as Alice said, walk along. But you do not try to do something for that person. You just walk along, side by side. Let me give you one example. This is real case scenarios that might happen to you as well. So let's say you offered very good care to a patient, and patient got really touched by your care, and they want to know your phone number so that they can continue to contact you after discharge. Okay? And you said yes. Is it sympathy or empathy? New students.
Is it sympathy?
Empathy.
Yeah, that's sympathy. Yes. Why is it sympathy, not empathy?
Because it's like you you're expecting a reward from doing.
Yes, yes. Psychologically saying, that's like a reward effect. Yeah. On one hand, you say you can do anything for that person. And on the other hand, unconsciously, you expect something, some sort of reward. So that's the another, for lack of a better term, dark side of sympathy. Why you want to go that much? You want to do that much for that person feeling sympathy. There's some sort of reward effect psychologically. We call that reward effect. And that's not empathy. Okay. And it can cause big trouble. And you end up with what we call codependency. Have you heard about that? It's called codependency. As Jennifer said, you do that because you also want to depend upon that person. You need somebody to depend on you. In other words, you depend on that person to depend on you. So there's like, we call that enmeshment. Enmeshment. Empathy is providing care without enmeshment. I want you to remember that. Okay? So this has to do with drawing boundaries. So if you offer empathy, you can draw boundaries. Drawing boundaries and offering empathy, they go side by side. To be a healthy caregiver, you need to be able to offer empathy. At the same time, draw a boundary. They do not go opposite. They go together. This is very important because this will happen to you. On your verbatim, it'll come up and your peers will pick that up right away if you can't. Be careful about this, okay? Because this will happen to you. All right, 1B.
I had a question.
Yes.
So we're talking about boundaries. I experienced in caregiving because I used to be a contractor. I'm visiting with someone and they mention their gate won't open or that plug doesn't work and I cross over from giving the spiritual care to meeting a practical need. And that's gotten me in trouble in the past because then I'm getting calls, specifically for people that want me to come and fix their things. So that's something I've struggled with a bit, but I'm learning to.
Right. Thanks so much for sharing, David. That's thank you for your vulnerability and honesty. Yeah, we all come across that experience. Yeah, we learn from that experience. It's very important. That's why we have to draw a boundary, but we can still, offer empathy, feeling with them, and that's actually healthier. And again, as Jennifer said, think about why I feel so drawn to this specific patient. And there's a reason behind it. There's some rewards we expect from. And it also very closely connects with countertransference and transference. Yeah. There was a intern student who was very effective and capable, but whenever he met with old lady patient, he felt like almost numb, and all of a sudden he became a servant, and he kept asking, "Is there anything whatever you want for me to do? Tell me whatever you want me to do." He kept saying that because, in the second half of the unit, he figured that out. I mean, of course, his peers started figuring that out before him, but in the second half of the unit, he started figuring out that because he saw his mother in the old female patients, who was not caring, who was dismissive and neglecting, but and he went back to that memory, the traumatic memory, and then revisited and tried to relive differently. Yeah. So there was the reward that he was expecting. He wanted to meet with mom, but different version, like positive version of mom that he did not have. And that's that story. But ironical, ironically, when this happens, most of the time, the person himself or herself is oblivious about what's happening. And his peers and her peers can put up the mirrors for that person. And all the mirrors say the same thing, and you have no other choice but to admit it. That's how you learn in CPE. Thank you guys for this. Very good.
I had one other question. I've had discussions about empathy and sympathy, and kind of the simplistic definition I've heard is you can sympathize with somebody, but empathy is when you have experienced the same thing. And I'm hearing that it's possible to empathize without having experienced the same
You're
thing.
right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you have a similar experience, or when you can empathize, meaning that you can still feel alone and feel with, even though you didn't have the same experience. Again, the differentiation between empathy and sympathy happen in so many different ways, in so many different disciplines, like in psychology, social work, so many different ways of differentiating these two concepts. But again, in CP pastoral care area, this is the way we differentiate these two. Yeah. But thank you for that. All right. Again, you have to stop me whenever you have a question. This is crucial moment. This has to do with your final evaluation and also your growth throughout the whole unit. So you have to understand what you're getting at. So 1B, Alice, articulate how you use empathy when providing spiritual care. So how you approach, your posture, what words you say, what type of responses you offer, any gestures, what you do to offer empathy. 2A, demonstrate your use of empathy when providing spiritual care. So again, 2A is like, 1B is like, start doing this, and you are able to explain, oh, this is what I'm doing. 2A is basically, you need to do it regularly. Okay, that's 2A. That's what it means by demonstrate. You are skillful at this. Outcome 2, relational boundaries, 1A. Newbies, demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of healthy relational boundaries in spiritual context. I shared that story with you just ago, right? When the patient asks you for contact information even after discharge to connect with you. So, and when that happens, you start using these boundaries. So you said no, okay? 1B, articulate how you use healthy relational boundaries in spiritual care context. So at this point, not only just at that extreme cases, but also the regular visit, you start using this, and then you should be able to say it. Oh, so this is what I did. Well, there are all different kinds of healthy relational boundaries that you need to be able to aware and then use. Okay.
I have a quick example of relational boundaries in a different context. So as a pastor, many years ago, I was invited to a church member's home where other members were going to be present. Very cultural thing. They wanted to play spades. I love playing spades. So I said, okay. So I went. It was great. I went a few times. It was nice. And then on one occasion, the member of the church said, well, we prepared a room for you to spend the night. And I was like, oops, no more. That was my last spades game, because I realized some boundaries have been crossed. And so I was able to regroup and say, no, I won't spend the night. So relational boundaries with the church member.
Well, good example, Dana. Yeah. And that reminds me of like another very casual occasion of drawing boundaries. For example, you might be invited by your interdisciplinary healthcare team staff, like, oh, Dana, how about we go lunch, and then today I'm gonna treat you. That can happen once. But what if they continue to do that? What's happening? You have to think about that. Something's happening there. Whether it's like a personal, intimate feelings arising, or there's some other kinds of, again, as Jennifer said, like psychological reward happening. You do not know, but at least you should be able to recognize that as possible occasion to draw healthy relational boundaries. Okay, very simple things. Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. And 2A, demonstrate healthy relational boundaries in spiritual care context all the time. When that happens, you should be able to recognize it and then draw it. That's what 2A. Yeah. Group dynamics, newbies. Demonstrate understanding of group dynamics as it relates to spiritual care encounters and the learning process. Basically, if you understand the concept of group dynamics, you got it. Then you met the goal. That's for 1A. So you will learn from me, I think it's tomorrow, about the group theories. And then in the group dynamics or in your relationship with other healthcare colleagues, if you see the group dynamic happening, and then if you understand that, you met it. Oh, so like, for example, during like IDT, interdisciplinary team meeting, and then so-and-so said this way, and then so-and-so responded this way, and at the moment I saw, oh, there's group dynamic happening this way. Then you got it. 1B, identify group dynamics theories as they relate to providing spiritual care and one's learning process. So this is like, for example, when you provide care to the patient in the patient room, they're not just patient only, they're a patient family. And among patient families, there are like patient family who are in favor of so-and-so treatment, who are against such treatment, who go like against the doctor's recommendation, who wants to take possession of the whole issues and agendas, relationships. So many different group dynamics are happening in the family or in between the medical staff and the caregivers and the patient. So not only identify, but also how you use it to provide better care. Okay, so that's 1B. So you start doing it, identify and using it. 2A, you do it all the time. Demonstrate, that's what it means by demonstrate. Your ability to describe and explore roles in group dynamics. So not only you know what's happening, but also you know your role in the group dynamics and you facilitate and you influence in the group dynamics. You do it all the time. That's what it means by demonstrate. 2A, demonstrate your ability to facilitate group process as appropriate. Yeah, so 2A9 is explore your different roles in the group dynamics. So, I mean, you newbies, you do not know about this yet. So there are different roles. Like, for example, you can be rescuer or coach, or you can be challenger or persecutor. So you are aware of your role, invited from some part of the group dynamics, and then you said no, and then you chose to play a different role. That's what 2A9. 2A10, not only play the role, but you can facilitate the group process appropriately. Okay. Category D, spiritual care interventions. Outcome 1, develop spiritual care relationships. 1A, newbies 12, demonstrate the ability to represent your role and function in initiating spiritual care relationships. All right. So, in the patient room, the first thing that you do in the patient room is to greet, right? Introduce yourself to them. and you start conversing with them. In the middle of the conversation, you need to read, which is assess. We do that. We call that spiritual assessment. So the first thing in the room, you say, greetings, I'm so-and-so, I'm the chaplain, we provide spiritual care and then also for your emotion. And then you do conversation. In the middle of the conversation, you do spiritual assessment. You keep reading the room and also his posture, her posture, their words, their topics and themes, and try to figure out their spiritual resources and their spiritual needs. Okay? And according to that spiritual assessment, try to meet their needs. You keep changing your roles. This is what I mean by role. It's called a chart of pastoral care roles. So there are 3 circles. The outer circle describes the roles that have mainly to do with our role as like companion and counselor. This is like a broader sense, in broader sense of our roles. So most times, again, you keep reading them and keep doing the spiritual assessment, and according to the needs that you have figured out, you can play the role as empathic listener, explorer, meaning that help them explore different options and ideas and thoughts, or you can be a reframer when they go negative, but their need is to be changed on that. So you recognize and you reframe them. I don't think so. Why you go that way and you go this way? Or how about this? Or you could be advocate. Oh, I hear you. I'm on your side. Oh, that sucks. And validate. Sometimes you offer a generic ritual and prayer, blessing. Sometimes you empower them. Whatever you think you need to do this, go for it. I got your back. Or you help them integrate, or you affirm them, or just offer a presence. Okay? It's in the middle circle. Sometimes, again, this has everything to do with, always to do with your reading, spiritual assessment. When you see their needs have to do with this, the middle school is about you representative of the sacred. This is what they need you to do. They want you to pray for them, help them meditate together, officiate ritual, or read sacred text, or just bless them. This is in the area of interconnected spiritual practice. And at the central circle, which is a very narrow circle, sometimes, to somebody who comes from your own faith background, you're asked to do, or you're asked to play the role as someone who can do particular spiritual practice. Like in Catholic tradition, you do sacraments, ritual of initiation, rituals of reconciliation, or last rite. Okay, so these are all the roles of chaplain. Now, let's go back. So 1A12 for newbies, your goal for this indicator is to demonstrate the ability to represent your role out of all these roles. Again, that has to go by your spiritual assessment, not from your own thought. Do you remember the chaplain who offered, oh, can I pray? Not even reading enough? That should not happen. Prayer is not supposed to be the first or the last, or the first and the last intervention of chaplains. Sometimes it is not needed. That should happen always according to your reading or spiritual assessment. So when that happens, when that's needed, can you demonstrate your ability to represent your role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships accordingly. 1B, Alice, not only demonstrate, can you articulate, describe, understanding of power dynamics and your authority when providing spiritual care. So, Donna, would you explain about this?
I think of an example. Well, you know what? In all honesty, I'm going to do this in my presentation that's coming up.
Perfect. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I invited you. So you'll hear much more in depth from Donna. Donna is really good at this.
Lots of details.
Yeah. So there is a power dynamic happening in the room, right? So they see themselves as powerless.
Yeah.
In the hospital context, they see that, you know, all other providers, whether it's like health, or almost all the healthcare providers come with powerful, and they see themselves as powerless. And we chaplains are almost the only one who can recognize that and understand where they're coming from and how can we provide care for them. And also, how can we offer the appropriate care, not coming as like a powerful, but as somebody with authority instead of powerful person. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, yes.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I wanted to ask, can a chaplain change roles in a one visit?
Oh.
Oh, I'm saying that again. Change roles in what?
In a visit, like just one visit, visiting with this particular patient.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, yeah, of course, yeah. You keep changing your roles even during one visit because their needs keep changing.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, very good. So at the beginning, they may need you to be their companion or empathic listener. And as time goes by, you get more trust from them and they open up. They want you to advocate. Like yesterday, I want you to just tell me, you know, I'm okay then. It sucks, you know. If that is my voice, yeah, I think you're right. It just sucks. Okay. And then and then later they change their need, and so, but still, you know, even though I go negative and pessimistic, I want you to tell me, no, I shouldn't do this. Refrain. Can you tell me I shouldn't do this? So they keep changing their need for you to play different roles. Very good, Jennifer. Very good. So again, as Donna mentioned yesterday, you have to keep reading it. Yes, Donna.
Sometimes it changes even if the person receiving care doesn't change. Like I know in my context, when I enter the patient's room, sometimes I think I am powerless compared to the doctor who's standing there. And so I'm reminded as I'm engaging with this patient, I'm coming alongside them, aware of their vulnerability. And if they are needing me to advocate with the doctor, then I have to claim my authority as an advocate, as a chaplain, and interact with the doctor from a place of authority and equality. And I'm not trying to come alongside the doctor. I'm actually trying to confront the doctor professionally. So sometimes you embody different roles in the room with different people or in the setting with different people.
Very good example. So I was going to talk about that too. But again, the concept of authority is huge. So it takes much more time to explain. Again, so how can we approach our patients not as somebody powerful, but as somebody with authority? What's the difference between person powerful and person with authority? So you need to think about that. Okay, so we'll talk about it later, to be continued. I want you to take a 5 minutes break and we'll come back.
Joseph, can you read your communications directly to you in the chat?
My communication in the chat.
Yeah, you have a couple
Oh, yeah,
of,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I got it. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, I got it. I got your email. Thank you.
okay.
You're
No,
right.
and then the other one, can we take a few moments and
Oh,
register Alice before lunch? Like, can I ask her to stay for a moment and you stay and then we do it?
oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank
After,
you.
it somehow it didn't come. I don't know why.
Right. Alice, you're on mute.
Oh, you want to do that now? Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, not now. Joseph just needs to take a break.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
before
okay.
lunch, we'll do it before lunch. Go,
Yeah.
Joseph, take your
All right.
break.
I'll see you around.
Okay.
Okay, well, they just had a 5-minute break, so it was very short for them. Let's give them a couple more minutes.
No, never. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. So what? When I say 11:05 or 11:10, I'm good with either or.
05. Donna, you muted.
I was just saying everybody's gonna flood in. We don't need that much.
Right.
All right. We got like 3 minutes.
I can feel David flooding in.
Right.
Alice, I want you to know Lisa's not here.
That is so unusual.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Lisa, we noted you weren't here, so that's so unusual.
All right. Alice, was your daughter's graduation good and went well?
Really, really well.
Did you take many photos?
Yes, I did.
Good, good. I'm so glad.
Yeah, it was good. Thank you.
You-
Exhausting after though, but
I know. Yeah, it's very exhausting. Yeah.
you know, we Africans, we do party after graduation. It's not just the graduation, it's food
Yeah.
after, so that is exhausting.
Family party, right?
I had people here in my house till 2 a.m.
Oh,
That's how we Africans do.
no wonder you look happily tired.
It was
All right,
good.
got what?
Yeah.
All right.
We probably
So
like that too.
back to Juan, and then I'll meet you in 15 minutes.
Joseph, quick question. I'm presenting at 2, correct? Oh, you're on mute.
So you're talking about this afternoon, right?
Yep.
Okay, let me double check.
I think it's 2.
Yours is yes, 2 active listening, and then I think
we're good.
that's it for today, right?
Yep, that's it for today.
Yeah, right.
All right. Thank you for that, sir.
No problem. Roll it away.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to orientation. I know it's all super exciting stuff. And you guys are eager to learn. That's good. So this hour, maybe a little bit less, we're going to be talking about spiritual assessment. All right. Let's get set up here real quick. Spiritual assessment. All right, so spiritual assessment, it is something that all of you will be using again as you enter rooms, enter into your clinical sites. Spiritual assessment is a tool, a very useful tool that can help you define what interventions to use, help you understand the different dynamics in rooms, helps you understand your idea of self-care, what does spirituality look like, and what does that mean for you going forward as a chaplain / spiritual caregiver. So, quick question. What is spiritual assessment? Any thoughts or ideas about what spiritual assessment is?
Yeah, I think it borders on one's ability to read the moment and appraise the patient's, situations and process it in order to get ready to accompany the patient.
Good. How about others? Those are good.
what it consists of, assessing patients' belief system.
Yes. Good. Any other thoughts? Thank you, Joseph.
A process of discovering or finding out the patient's spiritual support
Yes.
support system, yeah.
Absolutely. Alfredo, do you have a final thought?
Understanding, exploring the personal belief systems, needs, practice, and make connections.
Yes, all of those are correct. Because spiritual assessment considers a wide variety or range of different elements when we're talking about visiting patients and what that looks like. So here, the definition that I have is the spiritual assessment is a tool to evaluate a patient's spiritual beliefs, needs, and hopes in the clinical context. The spiritual assessment helps the healthcare team member address the whole person by building a therapeutic alliance with the patient, allowing the patient to express their reasons for medical decisions and helping elicit the patient's goals in the medical context. The term spirituality includes organized religion, a broad range of views on other places in the universe, and views on one's eschatology. Studies suggest that religiosity and spirituality have a positive effect on survival. All right. So, quick definition of what spiritual assessment is. In its basic sense, it's a tool that allows us to help others process or figure out belief system, needs, hopes, desires, and so on. All right. So let me ask you this. What is spirituality? What does it encompass?
Something that you hold sacred.
Something that you hold sacred? Okay, what else?
A connection with the higher power.
Yes.
I think identifying, I don't know if I want to use the term spiritual realm, but that we are not just body, mind, but we are spirit. We have spirit or a soul. Some might say a soul.
So we are more than what this physical presence is. Correct. Let me ask you this. Is spirituality and religion or religiosity the same thing? Say more, Jennifer. So you shake your head, you're like,
No, I don't think they are the same because religiosity is a kind of maybe a particular way of life, like belonging to a certain doctrine or following a certain doctrine, you know. But spirituality is like it's being, so long as we are created by God, it's like we are spiritual because we have this connection with God. It doesn't matter whether we belong to any religion, we affiliate with any religion or not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So the group, what do you all think? Do you see it different? Do you see it the same? What do you all think?
Can I say that is the way that you can express your spirituality? Because it's different, but could be the way that you can express your spirituality.
Okay. How about others? What do y'all think? Do y'all agree with Jennifer, Alfredo? Do you guys see it a bit different?
It can be both. Not
Okay, it could be
always,
both.
yeah, somebody's spirituality can be also be their religiosity, your sacred text, what you hold as sacred. Can be expressed in different forms, and at the same time, those rituals like meditation and or what make help in your coping mechanism can become also the religious. So the religious and the spiritual could be, but for some people, no, you don't have to be religious to have your own rituals that allows your spirituality.
Good. So what I'm hearing is that spirituality is kind of like the overarching umbrella, and religion is kind of like one of those things underneath the umbrella. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing from all of you?
Yeah. Yeah, except that different people have that umbrella differently, but the same component of the umbrella works. For those, some people it collapses, some people it doesn't.
So then that's a good point. So then what types of things can be spiritual for people?
Well, my son-in-law, if he knows that I'm a churchman and I go to church, but he'll often tell me my sanctuary is the forest in Colorado. That's where he connects with his spirituality. And we share that. I tell him, yeah, for me too. I go out fishing at the lake, or when I go on a hike in the forest, I feel this, and I'm going on feelings, of course, but this stronger connection, with my spirituality. So.
Yeah. So then what other things can be spiritual? I believe those things can be and are spiritual. So then what else then can be a spiritual thing? Can build up someone's sense of spirituality.
Nature.
Nature. How about other suggestions?
And community, the people around them.
Right? People, family, community. What else can be spirituality?
I think is just a little difference. In my case, in my culture, I believe in my religion is the Christianity, Christian, but I impact many culture from the Asian people, especially Chinese or Japanese. Even though I believe in the as a Christian, but I also impact to the other the spiritual things from in my culture, in the family cultures, or many things. So I think
Right.
is
So you're talking about maybe cultural traditions, cultural norms within a specific context. Sure. That can be a sense of spirituality as well, because they are part of what your makeup is, where you come from, how you connect with others in your community, right? Because we're understanding that we are within a community, within a community, within a community. So that's good. So from our conversation, it sounds like almost anything can be a sense of spirituality, right? When we think about community, we think about pets, we think about religion, about denominations, about nature, about music. Almost all things can be a sense of spirituality. So what's going to end up happening is when you are visiting with patients or congregations or wherever you are in your clinical context, you'll find that not everyone finds their sense of self from God or church or a specific religion. like David was saying, his son-in-law, is that correct, David?
Yes.
His son-in-law says, my sanctuary is the forest. That's where I get my peace. So you're going to run into this idea of spirituality, right? So remember, it's not always tied to religion or faith. It can be tied to a vast array of different things. So in that context, remember, one thing that I've always said is ask questions, ask clarifying questions, and listen actively. And we'll talk about active listening in the next section. So keep that in mind. Questions so far about what I've said or thoughts before we move on?
Well, I know I have some experience in hospital visits with church folks, but
Sure.
when you enter a room where someone is not a professing Christian or even have faith, making a spiritual connection, I mean, off the top of my head can seem like a difficult task, but I have to be aware that I think where we're going is their spirituality is there, it's present. I'm just maybe not aware of it. And my job is to find out, because I think when a chaplain walks in, they might make the assumption that I'm something that they perceive me to be. And I don't know, I would want to try to disarm those assumptions. Not quite sure all the ways to do that, but I don't want that to be a block. I'm a chaplain, you're not, therefore I'm spiritual, you're not. And I think that could be a perception.
Yes, it can be a perception on both ends, on the patient and on the chaplain. So the reason I bring this up and I go through this exercise is to make you aware of that pitfall. Because, and you said it well, just because they are not religious, right, doesn't mean they're not spiritual. And part of our role as spiritual caregivers or chaplains is to decipher, to figure out what their sense of spirituality is, where they pull their sense of peace or meaning from, what gives them a sense of life, right? So that's why I go through that. You said it very well. So I want to go over these next two slides. Okay. So what are we assessing, right? So when we initially, and this is the way I look at it. So we have at the top here, we have behaviors, values, beliefs, worldviews. And all of these are built upon each other, right? Starting from the deepest part of this iceberg is the worldview. The worldview will determine beliefs. Those beliefs then will have values connected to them, and those will be expressed as behaviors within the context of a person, whatever that might look like for them. So as chaplains, the important thing to understand is we are looking to assess patients in terms of their, if possible, beliefs, maybe even worldviews, right? And the feelings associated with that, with those connections. Now, that's not always going to be possible. What ends up typically happening is we can get down to values and and we'll start off with behaviors, meaning that when we enter a room, we're going to be aware of a specific behavior, right? So are they angry? Are they happy? Are they doing a specific thing? Whatever that thing is. So it is our job to then start asking questions or listen actively in relation to these behaviors, which then can get us into the values, beliefs, and worldviews, right? When I think about worldviews, I'm not only thinking about the community outside of one person, what their views are, but it's also beliefs and worldviews about themselves about their families, about their cultures, and what that means for them. Okay? Because at the deepest part of us, that's what develops who we are. And the expression of that is our behavior of those values. Here's another look at it, right? So at the top, we have a behavior, as you can see here. And then we have underneath the water line, we have the coping, right? How people cope. We have their feelings, feelings about feelings, perceptions, expectation, yearnings, and self. So it's just it's the same image, but this is just, there's more definition to this, right? So I like to show both of you. First, to begin with, what we're looking at and what hopefully the job of a chaplain is, right? To get down to these levels, not to necessarily judge or change people, but to really bring a sense of awareness to them and why they are doing what they're doing, why they believe certain things about what they believe. Again, it's not about judging people and it's not about changing anybody, but it's about awareness. And in that sense, you are helping them become aware of what their issue is. And then that way they can either choose to suppress it or choose to deal with it, whatever that might mean for them. Okay? Does that make sense? Right. So chaplains, we're not there to save the world. We're not there to change people. We're here to be present with them, to walk alongside them in their life journey, whether in that moment of life they are experiencing joy, they're experiencing fear, they're experiencing grief, whatever it is that they're experiencing. The biggest part of the role of a chaplain is to listen and to be present. Okay? All right, we're not focused on changing people. And that's another pitfall we sometimes fall into. Okay, questions? No questions. Okay. All right. So I want to go over just some spiritual assessment tools. There are many out there. I would encourage you to find one that fits you, that fits your style. But initially, I would suggest that you pick one, a simple one, that just to get you moving forward, to get you practicing what spiritual assessment is. So these are some of the tools that exist out there. You have the 7x7 model, you have spiritual aim, you have FICA, you have spiritual dimension, and then again, there's like many more that exist out there. So the first one, can somebody read what FICA stands for? Go for it, Joseph.
Stands for faith, belief, meaning. Determine if the patient identifies with a particular belief system or spirituality at all. I stands for importance and influence. The importance of spirituality in the patient's life and the influence on healthcare decisions. C stands for community. Is the patient part of a religious or spiritual community, or if they rely on their community for support? A, address, action, and plan. Discuss and coordinate spiritual health issues with regards to caring for the patient.
So I always suggest to the first unit students, start off with FICA, right? It's fairly succinct and it's going to help you understand what you're assessing for, right? So we're looking for meaning. How important is that meaning? Is that belief system? What is their community, right? What does that look like? Is it friends? Is it pets? Is it family? Is it, whoever? And then what types of interventions or what types of actions are you implementing going forward? So I would suggest that you all carry a piece of paper with you, and after every visit, I encourage you just to write out FICA, FICA, and just write out bullet points. What you gain from that information, right? So what was their belief system? What was their sense of spirituality, right? Was it nature? Was it pets? Was it family? Was it a belief in God? Was it their specific religion, right? Rituals, things of that nature. How important is that to them? Very important, not so important. It's kind of like in between. It provides support for them. Who is their community, right? And what am I going to do going forward? Do they need another visit? You know, do they need their priest or minister to come in and provide a sacrament for them, a visit for them, prayer for them, a blessing? So once you do it that way and you begin writing these things out after every visit, this will also help your charting. I'm not aware of what the charting systems are for every hospital, but it's going to be something similar to this. Some information of this sort will be required for you to write into the charts. So this is a really good, easy way to get you practicing this idea of spiritual assessment and what you're looking for. Okay? Does that make sense? Is that clear? Is that clear as mud?
Yeah, Juan,
Go for it.
I wanted to thank Donna first for the slides she sent us this morning. But is there a resource or file where these slides are that we can access later?
Yeah, I can send these to you guys.
Okay.
And also you can Google them too, but I'll send them to you.
Do you all prefer it as a PDF or do you want them to send it to you in the PowerPoint format?
I would prefer PDF.
Okay.
Would it be possible just to
I can change it to, yeah.
Okay.
PDF for me too.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I can send you guys these PowerPoints.
I'm taking a lot of notes, but I'm not that.
Yeah,
So.
that's fine. Yeah, so for here, don't really focus on trying to write all this out. I'm gonna send you this information. I'll get your guys' emails from Joseph, and then I'll send out these presentations to you guys. Okay, and that way you can focus more on what I'm saying and having a discussion than trying to write everything down. So yeah, go for it.
I had an example that it wasn't the process of doing spiritual care, but I used to work for the Fresno Housing Authority years ago as a maintenance supervisor, and that was when we had a lot of people from the Laotian and Hmong community coming into Fresno into public housing. And you know, I would try to communicate with them and talk to them, and one of the things I discovered was when the shamans would come on to the site, if they had a sick relative or, you know, something, they would often come in and they might take a little bamboo shoot or something and put a thumbtack it above the door on the wall. And sometimes that also included a warning to not remove it. And so my guys would go in to paint or whatever, and I started realizing I had one person get really mad and upset that it was removed, and it was almost that serious that you remove this, they're going to die, you know. And so I told my guys, you know, be very respectful when you go in. If you see a lit candle or you see something stuck to the door, you know, don't remove any of that, because that's their spirituality. That's something that they hold sacred. So I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, no, that was a really good example, right? So we determined if we use FICA, we determined that their faith, their ritual is very important to them, right? They're very specific. So animism, shamanism, that's important to them. How important is it to them? Oh, it's very important.
Yeah.
Right?
Might be life or death. It's
life or death, very important. Who's their community, right? And then obviously family. And then what are you gonna do? And you said, hey guys, next time be very respectful. Be aware. So those are really good little FICA thing there. So again, I encourage you to, after every visit, just write this out, FICA, and then just write bullet points. What's their faith? How important is it to them? What's their community? What's the next plan? Is it another visit? Is it, calling their minister or something other? Or they're coping appropriately and maybe they don't need another visit. Questions? All right. 7 by 7. Again, a lot of these are very similar. They just take a little bit of a different perspective. So vocation and obligations, right? Experience and emotion, courage and growth, rituals and practices, community, authority and guidance, summary. Right. So again, we're assessing what is this idea of vocation and obligations. Are they gaining their sense of spirituality, support from them, their sense of purpose from there? What are they experiencing right now? What types of emotions are they going through, right? Are they sad? Are they angry? Are they overwhelmed? Right? Do they feel like the nurses aren't taking care of them? Do they feel like there is no one's listening to them because maybe they don't speak English and they need an interpreter, no one's using that interpreter. So courage and growth, where are they at in the midst of that? Rituals, practices, and so on and so on. So this assessment tool is a bit longer. And again, everyone is different. If this tool works for you, practice it. Just write it out and just put bullet points. All right. So another 3 dimensions assessment. So this is the divine faith, the interpersonal or intrapersonal hope, right? So here, think about it more. So these are 3 sections. So we have faith, love, and hope, right? So when we look at individuals and when we are assessing them, this is more of a spectrum, this specific assessment tool. So divine faith is a category. Interpersonal love is a second category. Intrapersonal hope is a third category. So here the point is, do they find purpose or do they not find purpose? Meaninglessness. Or do they feel helpless or do they have agency? Right? Where are these spectrums? Where are they on these spectrums? Are they towards agency and purpose, or they don't have any meaning, and they feel helpless? Where are they at? Same thing with interpersonal love, right? Do they feel isolated? Or do they feel like they're connected? Do they have gratitude, or is there some resentment? So with this specific assessment tool, we are, assessing where they are on a spectrum, but it also gives us the ability to ask questions, to ask clarifying questions about what these specific things mean for them, right? What is purpose? So if you're asking a patient, then what brings you a sense of purpose? And they'll give you an answer, right? And then you can ask a follow-up question such as, have you been able to function within that? Or do you feel like that is still true for you today, right now, in this moment? And that will help you assess where they are. Does that make sense? All right, questions. I've talked a lot. What are your questions? Joseph, you have a thought? See, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. So what are y'all thinking about assessment? Is it difficult? Do you think you want to be able to do it? Is it like, oh, that seems pretty straightforward?
I'm wondering, I'm seeing a correlation between what we talked about yesterday and our responses, the different types of responses and the assessment. So one example is there's times when I'll visit somebody and they will express just a deep fear of death. And one of the questions I asked is, well, in your opinion or your belief, what do you think is awaiting you after death? Because some people will say, well, nothing, or they will express a fear of maybe judgment, or and some people might respond very positively and say, well, it's heaven, and but I still fear it. I fear the process, the transition. So I think, I don't know, that question's always helped me in kind of assessing their feelings about that. So
Yes, so that's a very good point. So thinking about that question, let's use this assessment tool. Where would that question fit under? What section of the three would you all think? And this is for the entire group. What do y'all think?
Faith, helplessness.
Yeah. Where else? Is there potentially another place it can fit?
I think it can also fit in resentment or gratitude.
Yeah. Exactly.
despair or hope.
Yes. So by asking that one question, right, thinking about our responses, we get information that helps us assess them. Correct? So now we know that this person, as David said, that they were really afraid of death. So are they more in despair or hope? Or are they in the middle somewhere? Who knows? Is there resentment connected to that, or is a sense of gratitude? So do you see how those questions, those responses are feeding into this idea of assessment we talked about earlier? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out would that question be a sympathetic question? So I don't think it's developmental. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to kind of process it. What category does it fit?
Sure.
Compassionate? I don't know.
Sure. It all depends. It all depends on the situation.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about next session when I present is active listening. So a really good statements are active listening statements. So those are which are equate to essentially feeling responses, right? That feels like this, or that sounds like this. And those will give you information to help you assess where they are or what is important to them. So remember, assessing somebody is just a tool. It's an outline. It's a template that helps you organize your ideas about what you're hearing people say, right? So your job is to listen and be present to pick up on what they're saying, right? On what's important to them, on what brings them a sense of hope, right? Do they feel isolated? Do they feel like they're connected with their community, right? Do they feel helpless? Are they, do they have agency? What does their sense of spirituality look like? Do they get that from their pets, from their family, from their faith? So remember, a spiritual assessment is a tool, a template to help you organize your thoughts. So that way you can figure out what the dynamic is. in that room. Okay? All right. I see a lot of blank expressions. I'm wondering what you all are thinking.
Well, one thing I'm thinking is this something you would want to do on a first visit or your first encounter? Begin this right away, or make the first, bit of time just being there, introduction, kind of breaking the ice a little bit, before you start doing a spiritual assessment? Or I mean, I can see how it could happen early, but how deep would you go? I mean, it's
From my perspective, when we are in the hospital context, we're visiting patients, we're walking around the hospital, typically you're always assessing. I mean, maybe when I'm not walking down the hallways, I'm assessing people, but when I'm in rooms, yes. Even if it's the first time I see them. And this is why I say that. Because many times you only get one opportunity to see them. You may not have a second opportunity. So in that moment, it's a really good idea to assess where someone is, because in that way we may discover that they're actually looking for a specific sacrament or desire a specific thing that we can provide them. Maybe they just need someone to listen to them, right? So we are assessing for that. And the other aspect is we have to all write notes to an extent. So if we're not assessing, how do we know what's going on in that room with that person? What information do we have to put on or to add to their note in their medical chart? So for me, I would say once you enter a room, always assess. Because that assessment tool, that template helps you organize your thoughts in terms of, okay, what is this person experiencing? Are they grieving? Are they okay? Are they happy they get to go home? Right? What is bringing them a sense of hope, even though it seems like there's a bunch of tragedy around them, right? Even though they got this diagnosis of an incurable disease that they have, but yet they still have joy. What is that about? So you're always assessing. Does it make sense?
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Do you have to write something or put something down when you are visiting with them or after your visit?
I would say after.
Okay, yeah.
And again, that's just it's a practice I recommend initially, so that you get used to what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Thank you.
So most of you are in the hospital context, is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so again, charting is involved every time you see a patient. Yeah, Alfredo.
I had a comment because I using Hope as my spiritual assessment.
Yeah.
And the more I use it, the more I know that I assess at the hospital, not only the patients, the visitors, the family members who are around the patient, because sometimes the patient cannot speak. So, but the family members are there, and we are there for them also. And the most I use the assessment, the more familiarity I came with that, and it's so handled to me and helped me a lot to know exactly what I have to do with the people. Because, align my ideas, what exactly I have to do. If he doesn't believe in God, I know what to do. If he believes in God, also I know what to do. So it doesn't matter what the belief systems they have it. It's more helpful to me use an assessment and knowing just one, not all of them. I use Hope because it's more handled to me. I get more familiar with them, but it's so helpful. So don't be afraid to use it. and then it's gonna
Yes.
help.
Right. Thank you for that, Alfredo. That is correct. It'll give you insight into the dynamic. And once you have insight into that dynamic, you can then use interventions that are going to be effective for that specific dynamic, right? For example, you go into a room and you assess that the patient is Catholic and they want or need a sacrament of the sick or a blessing. So as you are assessing that, right, because you're asking questions, then you can provide the appropriate intervention. Here, the appropriate intervention would be, let me call a priest or your priest to come and provide that sacrament for you. So in asking that question and realizing that they're Catholic and asking the question about how can I support you, they say, I need X sacrament. Okay, you need that. Let me provide that for you.
Yes, because one time I get into the room where they are Jehovah's Witness. And I asked them, you want me to call one of your elders to pray for you? Because that's what they wanted. That's why they bring hope to them. And I called the one of the Jehovah's Witness kingdom in the area, and I called one of the elders, and I just made a meeting with the patient.
Yes, that's a really good example. So again, assessment is not about judging people. Again, it's not about changing hearts or minds. It's about getting a snapshot of where they are in that moment and what is the best avenue of approach or support we can provide for them. If that's a sacrament, or is just sitting there with them, or if it's something other, playing music for them, or reading to them, or whatever that might look like. Okay? Again, template helps you organize your thoughts, gives us good insight into where they are in that moment, which then allows us to implement appropriate interventions, whatever that intervention might be. Make sense? Questions or thoughts?
Well, I figured I would have to ask this question at some point, but let's say that I go in and I'm talking to someone and the life or death issue comes up and they don't have a belief system. They don't claim to belong to any particular denomination or faith, but they sincerely ask me because they recognize me as a chaplain and say, well, think of a conversation, Jesus, how do I get to heaven? At what point am I, and I know how I would answer that in a church setting, but in a clinical setting, at what point am I crossing the line into proselytizing or just being honest with my personal belief system and my conscience and saying, well, this is what I believe, and leading that person in what I believe is how does that fit into the spirituality?
It's a good question. I wonder what the group thinks. Any thoughts?
I also like the way David put it earlier about cultural sensitivity, and it also aligns with the question he just put across. You also have to be very sensitive, and even if they ask you pointedly, it's also the duty of the chaplain to, allow them exercise that control. So whatever whatever fit or foot they put forward, then we can go with them in that route, especially as we've described spirituality as something even bigger than organized religion. Spirituality could even be part of agnosticism, atheism, and it's just nature, everything about us. So, and I believe the chaplain should not, be very forward, but make conscious effort, observing that sensitivity and following the patient. That's what answer I can give. I don't know.
Thank you for that, Victor. How about others? What do y'all think?
In case where the patient or the care recipient, like that word is preferable, pointedly asks the question, I think an aspect of spiritual assessment is to assess where those people are, where they are, and to meet them where they are. And if a person is explicit about a question like that, yes, the caregiver has to also they're not there to just give the right answer. They're there to help the person articulate what they think about a topic and help them along that way again, that is where the empathy comes, to be with that person in that whole process. But I think it's not to avoid the questions, to help walk along that person in articulating, expanding as best as they are, because you're meeting them where they are, and where they are is, tell me, how do I get to heaven? Tell me, I mean, that is to me is in that particular situation, walk along with that person, probing and asking that person to speak more, and helping that care recipient along the way, also clarifying where needs be, because they invite me into that conversation. It's not me bringing up that conversation. They invite me because that's where they are at that time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this is right. I'm thinking of maybe if the person is asking me, how do I go to heaven? I mean, I don't even know what clarifies people going to heaven or how they do that. Is there anything wrong by saying, I don't know, but tell me, how do you feel at this time, about what is going on, what is happening with you, where do you find meaning and purpose in life at the moment, instead of answering maybe what I'm not sure about. Is it okay to say, I don't know how you can get to heaven?
Yes, it is definitely okay to say I don't know and to not know. Right? So this is a good example, right, of what did y'all see the dynamic that took place right now? Dave asked me a question, and then I asked the group what they thought, right? So in many ways, I said, I don't know what the right answer is. And then what did that lead to? Conversation about that topic and what is the best way to respond in those types of situations. So in the same way, as many of you have already shared, saying I don't know is okay, and then asking a question. What does heaven mean to you? What does it mean for you to go to heaven? What does it mean for you to die? What does it mean for you to feel what you're feeling? What does all that come from? What does that look like, right? Because when we're asking these questions, what are we doing, right? We're getting down into this idea of values, of beliefs, of worldviews, which is the ultimate job, to some extent, of the chaplain, to be there in those moments and help them become aware of these different areas of their life, right? Like what their feelings are, what they think about those feelings. Why do they have those perceptions? What are their expectations? What do they really want? So it's all about asking those questions. And when you ask those questions in an open-ended manner, they create a conversation. And you'll begin to understand where they're coming from and what they're really asking. Because many times people will ask a specific question, but then actually they have a different question, but they don't know how to really ask this question. So they ask this one, hoping they can get to this. So in that sense, it's asking questions, creating a conversation. Does that make sense? So good job. You guys did well. All right, my time is up. My time is up. And I will send you these presentations, these what do they call them? PowerPoints. And then I'll see you guys at 2 o'clock again, and we'll talk about active listening and what that looks like.
Thank you, Juan.
You're very
See you in a
welcome.
bit. Bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys, enjoy your lunch break, and then I'll meet you in an hour, and except Alice and Donna.
Thank you.
Alice, thank you for staying. I asked Joseph to lead us through the registration process for you. It's something we did after you left yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I'm on the page.
Oh, you're on the ACP already?
Yep.
Oh, that's
Student
nice.
registration. I
Yeah,
selected
so
center
log
and
in,
that's it.
yeah, log in onto the ACPE.
I've done all that.
Okay, perfect.
You selected the center and Rod Seeger.
I did not select the educator.
Okay, hold on,
Okay.
you hold on there, okay? All right, hold on. So after you log in, did you click on your name? Okay, so after you click on your name, you can see personal snapshot and scroll down on the left column. You click on enroll in CP unit. And then this is where you are, right?
I clicked
Okay.
on 1B already.
Oh, you click on 1B? Okay, so you clicked on 1B.
Mhm.
And then click on center and type in central. And then it pops up with options, and click on CP of Central California.
That's where I am.
Okay, and then educator, type in Rod.
R-O-D.
Yeah, ROD, and then it pops up with Rodney Seeger. And click on Rodney Seeger.
Oh, I should put Reverend Rod.
Yeah.
It should pop up.
Yeah, just type in Rod, R-O-D.
Okay, that didn't pop up.
Okay, so then you want to go back and try it again.
Yeah. Erase it and then just type in ROD.
Don't know why it's not popping up.
Okay.
Okay, let me just put Rodney.
Okay.
Why is it not popping up?
Okay, so for the center, did you put center CP of Central California?
CP of Central California, yeah.
Okay, and then after that, just put your cursor in the box for educator and then type in ROD.
That's what I did, and it's not showing up.
Hmm.
Let me just refresh.
Okay.
Let me refresh and see. Okay, let me see. Central. Okay, CP of Central California. Okay, now I refresh and it showed.
Okay, great.
All right, so choose Rodney Seeger.
Right, I did.
Okay, and then put your cursor in the box for start date, and then it pops up May 28th. So you click on 2025, the blue box, and click on May, and click on 27.
Okay.
All right. So it's 5/27/25, and then put your cursor in the end date box and pops up, and click on blue 2025 and blue August, and then click on 15.
August 15. Okay.
All right. So center is CP of Central California. Educator is Reverend Rodney Seeger. Start date is May 27, 25. End date is August 15, 25.
Yes.
Okay, then save. And
Okay.
it says, what does it say?
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, you are
Good.
official.
Thank
Oh,
you. Thank
is
you.
that why I could not log in? And is that why I could not access the Zoom?
No, it has
No,
nothing to do with
it
Zoom.
has nothing to do with Zoom.
Yeah.
I think you just had a wrong link. So you just keep using that link that I sent you. It could have been you added a dash or a dot or anything.
I just clicked on the link. I didn't do
Okay.
anything.
Oh, okay. And then you just clicked on the one I emailed you, right?
After when I texted you, then I just I didn't click, I copied, sent it to me because you just sent it as a title. So I just copied, sent it to me and clicked on it and it worked. But the
Okay.
other one kept me waiting for 5 minutes. That's why
Wow.
I had to text you whether the
Right.
meeting was going on. And it was showing me a name of a lady.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens all the time, you know. Technology
Yeah.
is not as dependable, so. All
But
right.
thank you both. Enjoy your break. We come back at what time? 1?
1 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll see you
Okay.
at 1.
Thank
1.
you so much.
Okay. Thank you,
Thanks.
guys. Bye. Lisa, can you see my screen?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of a little small, but I can see it.
Okay, let me make it larger. Better? I can go larger. Let's see.
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, that's even larger.
Yeah,
I just
that's
can't see
good.
my notes now.
Oh, okay.
But that's nice and large. Okay, we'll live with that. So I sent this presentation again, but as a PDF, and I'll try to remember doing that, to do that going forward. And if you didn't get it, please let me know.
I got it.
Okay. We are almost all back, right? We're missing. Oh, we're missing a couple people. Are we all back? We are, okay. And everyone can see my screen. So I'm really dependent on you interrupting me. Because, oh no, stop moving it around so much, Donna. Because once I start talking, I can't see you as well. So feel free to interrupt me, okay, everyone? Okay, so and again, as I said a little bit earlier, I sent these to you just a few minutes ago as a PDF since I found out that that is preferred, and I'll try to always remember to do that. Let's see if I can get it to let me advance. Okay, so it listed for the orientation schedule that I received. I don't know if you received that schedule. This didactic is titled Spiritual Care with African Americans, Patients, and Families. And I want to change it to Spiritual Care with African Americans, just some general guidelines to better appreciate the diversity of context in which we are in. Now, the initial group of slides I'm going to go through them kind of quickly because I'm making a lot of generalizations, and I hope to have some time for us to have some dialogue. I think at the heart of my interaction as a chaplain offering spiritual care to African Americans is to keep before me that there may be some notion of distrust. Whether it's a distrust, I'm showing up in the white jacket, distrust, I'm showing up with the badge that says chaplain, just some general sense of distrust that is not about me personally, but it's about living in a white racist society as a non-white person. So there's some level of distress. So serving African Americans as a chaplain requires, as it does with other communities, cultural awareness, sensitivity, and an understanding of historical and contemporary social context. So you don't have a deep understanding, just a general understanding. So here's some key considerations. And again, you have these slides, and I'm going to move through it kind of quickly. So the first one is to acknowledge historical and cultural injustices. And that includes slavery and segregation and Jim Crow and the industrial prison complex and redlining and on and on and on. Any of the atrocities that African Americans have experienced historically and contemporary continue to experience. So what would acknowledging that look like? It means, for example, do not dismiss or minimize someone's belief that they are experiencing racism, even if you don't agree. You might think the bad treatment they're receiving is a reflection of their bad behavior, but they said it's just racism. Don't you minimize it. Don't correct it. Come alongside that. The second is to recognize the role of faith. It has been a part of the resiliency of the community in general. So many, not all, African Americans have historically turned to spirituality and the church for strength and activism, not just the church, but also spirituality. Understand that to build trust and authentic relationships requires being genuine and respectful, which is something we understand as chaplain. Understand that you earn it over time, and that's the case for many marginalized communities. So, for example, the title will not automatically elicit trust. Whereas some communities, when you hear the minister is here, they may go, okay, the title alone is not going to initially give you any trust. You're going to have to earn it. Recognize diversity within the community. African Americans are not a monolithic. We are not all the same. So we've got all kinds of diversity within the community, just like anyone else, even all kinds of diversity within religious traditions and spirituality. So some Christianity, some Islam, some African spiritual traditions, some what we might call secular philosophies, and some mix them all up and a combination thereof. Be mindful of language and communication styles. Don't feel like you have to communicate like the person is communicating with you. And the sort of sophisticated term is called African Americans use African American vernacular English. We just call it Black English. Respect that linguistic diversity without stereotyping. Because someone says ain't, don't assume they are not an intellectual person. Don't assume they're ignorant. Don't assume they don't know that there are other ways of expressing the negative, but they're using ain't. They're coming out of their cultural context. So be aware of cultural expressions and the significance they have. Music, often people want to hear some music. And sometimes people just want to tell you the stories of their life. They just want to sit down and tell you story after story after story. And about the third story, you might be like, I do not know what these stories are all about. They're about the art of storytelling, and you're actually building trust and connection. Understand the role of church and community leaders. The church has in the past been a pillar, so when you have opportunity, collaborate. In an unexpected place in my job, not just the expected occasions, but in the unexpected occasion when I serve on an ethics committee, meaning we're making decisions for health decisions for a person's life. And we are trying to make sure that the doctors are acting ethically and the family is being treated ethically, or maybe the person has no family. So we're making the decisions for the patient. So it's an ethics committee. And if possible, I often want to bring in a local clergy person that this person has had contact with, because it's a part of their extended family, and that network is important in decision making. I have many people in my life that I call aunt and uncle, that they are not biologically my aunt or my uncle. And in a heartbeat, if I'm in a cultural setting and I want a young African-American male to listen to me, I want to get their attention, I will say nephew. If it's a younger African-American female, I will say niece, getting their attention. I'm not related to them, but they understand I'm calling on that cultural experience of respecting your ancestors. And I'm saying, hey, we family, without having to say, we're family, we're in this together. Food is important, and that's why it's called soul food, because it isn't just food that feeds the body, but it's food nourishes the very soul. It's often not the quantity, but it's the quality. If you have some collard greens and that's all you got, we can sit down and have that, and it nourishes our soul to have that in community. Food is about resilience, often learning how to make something out of nothing. And there's a great deal of pride in being able to survive, often with minimal food resources, but create magnificent meals and magnificent community that feeds the soul. Food is a part of hospitality, so it's valued. Just like respecting your elders is about hospitality. And chaplains can, in a very simple way, demonstrate cultural humility and hospitality by not using an African-American spiritual care receiver's first name without their permission. Just, it is a common practice in the healthcare setting. You walk in the room, you say, hello, Janet Moore, I'm from Chaplain Services, I'm here to see you. Or the nurse will walk in, hi, you're Janet Moore, right? I'm your nurse for this shift. But if they're African-American, hi, I'm Donna. Miss Moore, I am the chaplain, and they may say, you can call me, and then they'll tell me. So that's an automatic way to demonstrate some respect. Don't use their first name without their permission. Hair is a part for many African Americans of their personal expression. It's a part of their identity. It has cultural and spiritual implications. So sometimes there can be a great deal of irritation when a person is unable, regardless of their context, to get their hair looking the way they want it. So if they tell you they're having a bad hair day, have empathy. Don't smile and necessarily laugh like it's not a big thing. No, they're expressing to you that this is a moment of dis-ease for them. Okay. We know genuine respect and interest and curiosity is always, it's okay when it's genuine and you ask questions as opposed to make harmful assumptions. Cultural appropriation is horrible, and often I experience folk entering to the realm of cultural appropriation during what is called Black History Month. So you can appreciate, but don't imitate. Don't try to wear traditional African prints or hairstyles if it is not authentic to you in some way. And certainly don't do it without understanding what you're doing and the significance of what you're doing. Otherwise, it is appropriation. If it's authentic to you or expression you're trying to make, then it's not necessarily cultural appropriation. Avoid dismissing concerns about racism. I mentioned it earlier. I want to mention it again here because I'm always haunted when I hear someone say, I don't see color. I don't care what you see. That is an invalidating of a person's lived experience. Just because you don't see color doesn't mean the world doesn't see color, and that I haven't lived or a person hasn't lived with the pain of racism based on the color of someone's skin or oppression based on the color of someone's skin. So I don't see color is not affirming. It's not helpful. A critical thing to understand is systemic racism, systemic issues, not just personal kind of racism, but systemic racism. That's critical to understand. So before we go forward, any questions about what I just very quickly went through before we take a little bit of a deeper look into systemic racism? Any questions or comments? All right, I'm gonna keep flying. Let's get at what I mean by structural racism.
What is structural racism, and how does it differ from systemic, institutional, or interpersonal racism? When hearing the word racism, many people think of prejudicial beliefs or stereotypes about a racial group, or acts of bigotry and discrimination on the basis of race, like when a landlord or employer rejects an application based on negative views of an applicant's race. This is interpersonal racism. In this scenario, there are 4 components: racist beliefs, a racist individual, a target of the racism, and a racist act. Racism refers to the negative beliefs or feelings the racist individual harbors. A racist act occurs when someone is motivated to act on those beliefs or feelings. Interpersonal racism is the traditional way we understand racism, but there are other more complex and in many ways more impactful forms of racism. One of them is called institutional racism. And crucially, it doesn't require a racist individual or racist beliefs. Institutional racism refers to the way.
So I just use the term systemic racism That's the same thing as institutional racism. And I intentionally want to pause the slide here, the video here, because it's critical to understand that it does not require an individual who is racist or racist beliefs by someone. It's institutional racism, is systemic. So you may be, as the President of the United States proposes often, the least racist person in the world. It's irrelevant when it comes to institutional racism and or systemic racism. And he'll explain further.
Is that many corporate, governmental, or organizational policies and practices produce racially unequal outcomes within those institutions, even though those policies and practices may seem neutral and appear to treat everyone the same. One historical example you may be familiar with is the use of literacy tests as a qualification for voting in Southern states. These tests were superficially neutral, but in practice mostly denied African Americans the vote on account of unequal educational opportunities. Today, institutional racism shows up in hiring practices that automatically screen applicants based on past criminal records or require credentials and certifications that aren't strictly necessary for job success. It is also found in certain restrictive voting laws that require forms of identification some racial groups are less likely to have, or in proposals to eliminate early voting on Sunday, a time when many Black churchgoers are more likely to vote. Another type of racism is systemic racism, which is broader than institutional racism. Systemic racism describes how racial inequities can flow from one arena to another within a system of various institutions, such as the healthcare system or the criminal justice system. For example, in the public education system, enrollment in underperforming or under-resourced elementary schools may lead to unequal educational opportunities in middle school and beyond, and ultimately contribute to racial disparities in admissions to colleges and universities. Just as racial disparities in health insurance coverage contributes to unequal access to healthcare providers and ultimately worse health outcomes over time. And when communities of color are over-policed, residents are disproportionately arrested and subsequently charged, convicted, sentenced, and incarcerated at rates disproportionate to their white counterparts. This is what makes it systemic. Racial disparities originating in one part spread throughout the entire system. To review, interpersonal racism occurs between individuals and features a racist act motivated by racist beliefs. Institutional racism describes how certain seemingly race-neutral institutional policies and practices lead to racial disparities. And systemic racism describes how racial disparities do not remain isolated within that institution, but can spread throughout an entire system, becoming an even larger problem. Now, let's examine the broadest view of racism, structural racism, which looks beyond a single system to make sense of how entire systems interact. Consider, for example, how residential housing segregation produces racially segregated school systems because students are generally assigned to schools in their own neighborhoods and communities. Or how high rates of Black and Latino incarceration disproportionately penalize people of color in accessing jobs, housing, credit, and other critical services and opportunities due to laws or policies that disadvantage formerly incarcerated individuals. In essence, structural racism encompasses all the other forms of racism, systemic, institutional, and interpersonal. It can also help us understand how past discriminatory policies and unequal starting positions can have present-day effects. For example, certain forms of historical housing discrimination, such as redlining or restrictive covenants, suppressed investments in communities of color, and reduced home value appreciation, contributing to contemporary racial disparities in wealth and municipal tax bases. This, in turn, reduces the quality of public services or infrastructure in some cities and neighborhoods relative to others. At the same time, it is important to remember that the larger forms of racism we've reviewed, systemic, institutional, and structural, do not rely on the actions of racist people or racist ideas or beliefs. These forms of embedded racism can perpetuate racial inequality and exclusion even without present-day discrimination. Now, to remedy institutional racism, we must identify policies and practices that perpetuate racial disparities, even inadvertently, and change them. To counter structural racism, however, we must pursue policies that promote racial equity and advance equal opportunity for all. This includes policies that provide public services and goods, such as safe drinking water, quality schools, healthy neighborhoods, housing, transportation, and infrastructure. Otherwise, structural racism will continue. And when systems and structures reinforce inequality and exclusion, belonging cannot take root and bloom. Ultimately, to build a world where all people feel a sense of belonging, we must understand and work together to end racism in all its forms.
So that to me is such a critical part of that video that connects with the work that we do as chaplains. The idea that you may be working with someone in the African-American community who has no sense of belonging in the larger society, or a very broken sense of belonging, or they have experienced othering, whatever the setting might be. So that is not something someone might pick up on a Monday or a Tuesday and put down on a Wednesday or a Thursday, but it's a reality you live with your entire life. You bathe in it all the time, which breeds a certain level of insecurity and appropriately, I would say, distrust. Okay, sorry about that. Any comments? While I figure out how to share my screen again. Any comments? So I'm going to lean in a little bit more on how this awareness might impact what we do as chaplains. As soon as I can find it again, I will lean into it. Okay, let me see what happened to it. There it is. I may have to advance. Okay, let me see if I can make it a little larger. Okay. Is that large enough? It's not quite as large as I had it before. Is that large enough? Talk to me.
Yes,
A little.
no,
A little bigger? Okay.
a little bit bigger.
Let me change it to the reading view. Better?
May I ask a question in the
Please.
previous
Yes.
because we hear a lot. It's very helpful to think about. It's not about a person, it's about broken systems. But when we hear both, it's neither personal nor the system is broken, then it blocks the conversation. Because now it's, oh, I'm not a racist. We hear that a lot. That is now like passé. But
That's
what we have now, that is the refusal of even acknowledging systemic problems. And the moment, especially someone with a racialized body raises that issue, the very first impression, here we go again. So it's in a sense, it inhibits even that conversation. But when it comes from an ally, even if it's a performative ally that raises the issue, who is not a racialized person, then somehow people can listen. But you know that it's not even an ally because most of this time it's just performative. So the problems is still compounded by the lack of acknowledgement that there is a problem to begin with. So what do we do in such a situation?
That's why it is so critical for the chaplain to never dismiss when someone says, I think this is racism, but instead to come alongside them. Because the individuals that they're encountering may do just what you just said. I'm not racist, but the systems, the structures, the infrastructure, all of it has already created an experience of racism. even if that individual doesn't see themselves as racist. So what we do is, in the role of chaplain, is we acknowledge, we come alongside, we normalize, as in we validate. No, you're not, we don't gaslight, we validate. And we journey with that person as much of an advocate as we can be, to journey alongside them as a chaplain. So in the community, often I may begin the conversation by saying, look, racism preceded race. Race is a social construct. It's not real. Racism preceded it. And let's start from there, so that it creates a place for conversation in the community. And by communities, I mean whatever community context I may be in. Just something to begin to upset this dismissal of racism. That's why I'm a colorblind person, right? I don't see color. Well, the structures we live in, we are bathed in, are racist. So maybe the role of that chaplain, just coming alongside that person or those persons, acknowledging, don't dismiss, normalize it, in the sense that you don't ignore it, but you recognize the reality of it. I hope that's helpful, but it's difficult, Alice. Yes, Lisa.
Well, I was just thinking, like, I got treated very badly by a doctor, and I was telling my friend about it. The doctor's white, my friend is white. And she was like, well, you can't say she's racist because she has 2 Black kids. And I was like, that has nothing to do with anything. She, so I felt like my friend dismissed me, and I felt like the doctor was dismissive as well. So it's out there, and it happens all the time.
All the time.
So
is it okay for you to share with us how that felt, to be both vulnerable to share that, and then when it was dismissed?
It feels it's hard to share, but I'm getting better at it. But being dismissed is just like another defeat. You deal with it all the time. It happens so much, you know what I mean? It's just like, here we go again. It's just like your voice is lost, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the trust is no longer there. You don't have any trust. So the next doctor you go to, you're on edge. You don't really have trust for it, but you're gonna keep filling them out and see where they are. You know what I mean? Because I like going to a new doctor now, but trying to fill it out. Is this a good fit? Do they feel the same way? Are they gonna believe when I say I'm sick, or this is hurting me, or are they gonna dismiss it to say that, oh, you're just a hypochondriac, or whatever, it's nothing, so
yeah,
it's kind of tough because you have to keep going through it over and over and over again.
Right.
It's not like a one and done, it's over and over all the time.
Thank you.
I don't know if that was helpful, if I said
No, that's very helpful to hear the power of the sting of that. Thank you. No easy answers at all.
What is
Well,
structural
we
racism?
thank you, but we're gonna go to our next slide. So I think we got it. We're talking about systemic racism. The critical thing to take home about systemic racism is that it's not accidental. It's a result of long-standing policies and practices that were put in place intentionally. So it's not accidental. It is ongoing. So it's so lethal when you dismiss someone who says, I think this is systemic racism. And I'm not going to read these slides, but I've given it to you. All of the traditional key indicators that affirm the systemic racism that is the reality that people of color, in particular, today I'm talking about African Americans mostly, experience. So I'm not going to read each one, but I share that with you so that you can see them. So it's wealth gap, employment discrimination, school funding disparities, disciplinary disparities, higher incarceration rates, higher sentences for the same crime, higher maternal mortality rates for women, more likely to be dismissed when they express pain in a healthcare setting, unequal access to healthcare, redlining, which is this intentional preventing of people from getting into certain housing, environmental racism, underrepresented in leadership, voter suppression, which is ongoing. So just having a sense of this ongoing impact and realizing that it's an increasing impact. You don't start to experience systemic racism when you're an adult. You experience it throughout your entire life, and it's an ever increasing impact on you. Children also experience.
Morning. How are you? Cool. So, can we talk about how you got here?
Hey, you think I gotta funny what you think? That's something. Hey kids, I'm telling you, go right here.
Man, we ain't doing nothing.
Go right here before I'm cookouts. Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
So, you didn't do anything? Nope. Then what's all this? Depends on who's reading it, I guess.
Well, looks broken. Skateboarding, huh?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've hurt yourself?
No, I get hurt all the time.
At home?
At home. He hurt himself skateboarding at the park.
Okay, ma'am. I'm gonna have a counselor come in and speak with you.
A counselor? For what? He's okay.
I hadn't told you them tricks were gonna put you in the hospital.
Sorry.
I'm sorry too. A nurse will be in a few minutes to help you check out.
What's up?
That doctor thought I did this to him.
How you doing?
Hi.
It ain't fair. Fair has nothing to do with this. This is about you taking responsibility for your actions. Look, I know so many young men just like you that didn't do anything, and yet most of them are in prison.
You don't know me. I ain't going to no prison.
If you don't want to end up in prison, you're going to have to get some new priorities and probably some new friends too. Look, you're not getting any younger. You need to get an education so you can get a good job.
Like you just like everybody else. You say you see, but you don't see. You see what you want to see.
I see what's in this folder. It shows me what you've been doing.
I ain't doing nothing.
I am not doing anything. Stop.
I ain't doing nothing.
I'm not doing anything. Yes, you were. Get to the timeout chair. Now, please. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Do you see yourself in this story? So I want to take a moment and stop right there for just a moment. Do you see yourself in this story?
I think it's a re-traumatizing story.
It really is very traumatizing to see that in that child. Say more, Alice.
As some of you know, I have two girls that I adopted from the foster care system. And both of them went through that. Punished for things they didn't do. Record carried from preschool to elementary school, records that should never be carried from from preschool to elementary, to be, for example, that every day is like, mommy, they punish me for something somebody else did. Two kids that are one of 3 Black kids in the entire school. So for a mom like me, it's like doing trauma-informed and doing a lot of developmental trauma and learning all about this. It's not an experience I had, but just watching that is re-traumatizing, even myself. I just hate watching that.
Thank you for sharing that, Alice. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself in this moment. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Alice. It's just the same things that I've experienced in my life as well. You know, the other child's doing something, but you get punished for it. You know, I've experienced that so much. But yeah. And I mean, everything re-traumatizes you because it happens every single day, you know. It's not like you get a break from it. You don't get a break from it. That's the life you live, and it's every day from childhood to the day you die, you know. And people talk about change. Yeah, I don't see it coming.
And you see yourself in that story.
Yeah, I think this is difficult, and it's really difficult to be discriminated against. Yeah, and like Lisa and Alice said, it happens often, and it's quite traumatizing. And well, we are in, maybe it happens more often here. Let me just go a little bit back to what Joanne shared also, that among Hispanic communities, it's like they discriminate against each other. So I think It's quite common, but that doesn't make it easy at all. Yeah, even among people of the same color, you still get some discriminations, which is very hurting, or which can be very hurting. Yeah. But I'm just wondering, what's the way out?
I'm going to have a good CPE moment with you, and I'm going to ask you to be the chaplain, all of you, to that young man. Now, you saw his experience all the way to his childhood, and this repeated refrain, you're bathed in it all the time. So you're in the room with the young man who looks like maybe now he's 11 or 12, which would be very frightening. He's with a counselor who already has a thick file. He is what social justice workers, community organizers say. He's already in the school to prison pipeline. They're building a case to simply incarcerate him. And here he is managing one more conflict, all sorts of things contributing to his reality. And they invite the chaplain at the local school to come in and sit and talk with him. How are you going to handle it, chaplain?
I don't feel like she showed any empathy at all. She just came in just to judge, and she just went straight forward. I mean, I would at least come in and say, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I would say. I don't really know. I just felt like.
Let me give you his last line and see if it would help you with what you might say. When he says, you don't see me. You see what you want to see, but you don't see me.
Maybe, can you help me? Can you help me see you? I don't understand where you're coming from. Maybe you can help me in that area or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. You're on mute, David.
I was trying, sorry. I think that I would want to start a conversation on a level with him, trying to learn more about, because his statement is, you don't see me. And I would want him to know that I want to see you. Maybe have a conversation about things you like, take it to a positive place.
So David, let's role play it right now. I'm the little boy. You don't see me. I'm here because supposedly I did something. I didn't do anything. You don't see me.
So I'm wanting to find a way to help him understand that what I see is injustice. That's what I saw in the video. Horrible injustice, horrible stereotyping, horrible assumptions made. I worked with many
kids. Try it right now. What are the words you would say?
Well, I would want to know his, I would use his, would address him with a name. He has a name. He's a person. He has a life. He's got likes. He's got dislikes. He's got things he's interested in. And that's, I guess, the questions I would be asking would try to approach it that way.
So David, let me push you a little bit and ask you to stop describing what you would do and do it right now. And if you don't want to be pushed, that's okay. You can say, I don't want to be pushed.
I don't know what I'm trying to say. I work in a school where I'm the minority. 97% of the students and staff I work with are Hispanic. So you know that I'm white. I'm so uncomfortable with this because I see the injustice. I've lived it. I've worked with kids that go through that. And, you know, being totally honest, I don't know if I could give a response or an answer that would be accepted. That's my own insecurity I have with this area, because it is such a huge problem. And I can't, you know, I'm giving you my honest approach. I mean, I would want to approach him as a valuable human being, like I see all of humanity.
And Victor and Alfredo want to help.
Yeah.
Okay. I think what I'm doing was my case. I say, I'm sorry to hear that. Could you help me to see you?
So empathy, coming alongside him.
Yes, and be there. Be on time. That's what I'm asking him.
So it's not about you, is it? And how
No.
uncomfortable you are.
No, it's about him.
So I see you. I want to see you more. I want to understand. Help me understand.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry. That's empathy, maybe even a little sympathy, appropriately used, and coming alongside. Alfredo and Lisa modeled that so well. Thank you both. Victor?
I think I would have gone the same line with Alfredo.
Thank you.
For first of all, affirming him, not dismissing him, then offering some empathetic and also leading him on to say more or to also shed some more light on his experience, but no denial.
Okay, excellent. So practice your pastoral chaplain skills right now. Lisa, Alice, I see you. I see you in this box. And through this box, I can feel what feels to me like maybe anger. I don't know. Help me understand how you're feeling right now. As Alice, I'm not asking you to role play. I'm just telling you I see you and I see the discomfort. Do you feel safe enough to share in this context?
Okay, I'm role playing. You say I'm not role playing.
I'm not role playing. I'm telling you, as a member of this group, I see you. I see what looks like anger or hurt or whatever. I want you to know I see it, and I want to know if you feel safe enough to share with us and talk with us.
In this context, yes, I feel safe enough. And in this context too, again, you don't want me to role play either, because I will want to role play my girls. I want, and our role play is like, I would like grown-ups to be willing to understand me, to see my pain, to see my identity.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer, talk to her. Respond to that as a chaplain. That was just said to you.
I think like others have said, Alfredo, Victor, and Alice, I would feel with him like by saying I'm sorry, whatever that happened or whatever you're going through, but I'm here with you. We can go this together. We can journey together. If you don't mind letting me into your word, get to know more what happened and all that. Yeah.
Okay. May I give you some feedback on what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm sorry for whatever happened to you. Might be more impactful to simply say, I'm sorry for what has happened to you and hurt you, period. As opposed to whatever, which might come across as dismissive. And then you said, but I'm here. Well, but dismisses what preceded it. So it can be, and I'm here right now. And I wanna be here with you. I want to, as you said beautifully, if you'll let me in your world. That was beautiful. That's my feedback.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
When are chaplains allowed to have prophetic voice? Not just to say, I see you, I understand you, tell me more about it. When are chaplains allowed to have prophetic voice that goes beyond that, to be able to also be authorized to say, this child is being spiritually wounded by a system that does not affirm their full humanity. And as a chaplain, I am compelled to advocate for their dignity and well-being.
Victor?
When are we able to go there?
Yeah, I think perhaps, Donna, you can also correct if I make an attempt. So I think as a chaplain, while rendering spiritual care, much as you accompany the recipient, there comes a time, at some point, you mentioned it, you used advocacy. So advocacy at some point when there are, real issues that, emanate from the conversation, when you've done the active listening, you've identified this, then you can perhaps follow it up. That's prophetic, being prophetic as well. Follow it up maybe to the reportage, to the caregiver, to, sharing information with other agencies that can really, come out beyond what spiritual caregiving can, provide. So that's my attempt. I don't know, Donna.
Well said. I want to invite you, as we reach the end of our time, to be aware of how you're feeling, right? And on the break, to be intentional about taking care of yourself. So don't use the break to necessarily go read some emails, but really take a moment, see how you're feeling, and practice your self-care. This has been a difficult topic, a difficult subject, and I want you to take care of yourself on the break to restore yourself. Thank you so much for your attention and your participation.
Thank you, Donna. Let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, let's regroup. Next hour, Juan is going to present didactic on, what is that?
Active listening. Can you
Active
hear me?
listening, that's right. Yes, active listening.
That
Okay.
was a joke. He said on what? Active listening.
You got that, Donna. All right. Well, you're listening to me actively. All right. This is going to be a fun practice. Okay, you want to roll it away?
We'll find out. So just a few things. So I work for a hospice agency. So I've been running around seeing patients and providing these didactics. So right now I'm at a Starbucks. So, you know, technology works until it doesn't. So I just want to give you a heads up, let you know what's going on. So if something happens, you can't hear me, please let me know, okay? Now just to check, can everyone hear me clearly? Yeah,
Sí.
okay, perfect. Perfecto. All right. So active listening. Let me bring that PowerPoint. Okay. All right. So I do have some videos for in relation to this PowerPoint, so we'll see how that works out as well. Okay. All right. So what is active listening? Does anyone have any idea, concept, theory about what active listening is? Have you heard of this phrase at all? What are your thoughts? Oh, everyone's so quiet after lunch.
I think it consists of not just hearing of what someone is telling you, but really deeply listening to them, trying to
Okay.
understand who they are and what they're saying, and not thinking of what you're gonna respond, but just being present with them as they're speaking to you.
Thank you for that, Joseph. I appreciate that. Thank you for stepping in. So yes, it is listening to someone deeply and actually hearing what they're saying, right? So this is the agenda that I have for today in this specific PowerPoint. Again, this is kind of an introduction. Talk about some of these specific elements. For example, what is empathy versus sympathy? What is the feeling wheel? What are feeling responses? What are empathetic responses, right? I see them as the difference between those. So typically what I'll do is I have a video that I show at the beginning. It gives a really good explanation about active listening. And it saves my voice a little bit. So let's begin. Again, I want this to be more of a conversation where you all ask me questions, not just me talking at you. I find that actually having a conversation, more is retained. So again, I don't want just to throw information at you. I want this information to be useful to you as you begin your clinical rotations. So let me begin with the first one. Give me 1 second.
If you need to email the presentation and have one of us run it for you, we can do that too.
Yeah, I may end up needing to do that if I am unable to get sound. Let's see if I can do this, make it work. I always have issues with this. I don't know why. All right. Now, can you guys hear that?
No.
No. Can you help me out, Donna, with that?
You have to put play because you stop.
I know I stopped it. I just want to see if
Right.
you all can hear it.
No, it seems like you've selected everything correctly.
Yeah. Again, I don't know why it does it. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So you guys can't hear that at all.
Can't hear it at all. I can play it. Can you text me the?
I'll put the link
In the
in
chat.
the
Yeah. Okay. Let's try it from the
in the
chat.
chat real quick.
Hopefully.
Like I said, technology works until it doesn't. Yes. There you go. There's that one.
Let's try it.
We're going to talk about active listening.
Do you want us to wait?
Can you all see it?
I didn't do it. I was waiting. Okay. Can you all see it?
Hold on.
No, because he's still up.
And then I'm sending you Donna the second one.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Okay. All right. Now let's see.
We're going to talk about active listening.
Okay. The guy said we're going to talk about active listening. Did you stop your screen share?
Yeah. All right, go for it.
Okay.
Try now.
You're good. Share sound. That's what wasn't selected. You probably could do it now, but okay, let me try.
We're going to talk about active listening skills. So let's get into the details.
Are you able to see the screen, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Donna.
Hey there, I'm Alex Lyon, and I actually have a 1-hour course on effective listening skills for leaders. I will tell you more about that at the end of the video. So listening is so important because good listening is probably the easiest way to connect with other people and build relationships. Active listening is the opposite of passive listening, and you have probably experienced this. The person you're talking to might technically be hearing some of what you're saying, but they are tuned out, they're on autopilot, they're just not mentally engaged with what you're saying. And as the speaker, this can be very dissatisfying, very discouraging when people really aren't paying attention to us. Like, why am I even talking in the first place? But active listening looks, sounds, and feels obvious. Active listening means listening completely. But before anybody does that well, there are two secrets, two prerequisites to active listening. Number one, you have to commit. You have to put aside whatever else might be distracting you and make listening a real priority. Good listening is first and foremost a choice that you make every time somebody speaks. Number two, it takes practice. Like any skill, you have to work at it. The good news is that listening is not mysterious or complicated. So let's talk about 4 qualities of active listening that you can put into practice. First, active listening involves nonverbal communication. And there are 2 sides to this. On the one hand, you're demonstrating that you're engaged in paying attention nonverbally. You put your devices completely away, you make eye contact, your body posture is open and oriented toward the other person. Now on the other side, you're also noticing the speaker's nonverbal cues. There's an expression, you listen with your eyes. And part of that means you're noticing what's happening with the person visually on their mood or their emotion that they're showing. Do they look nervous, frustrated, annoyed? You can pick up on that by actively observing their nonverbal communication. Second, active listening involves verbal communication. Again, there are 2 sides to this. The most obvious part is asking good questions. Probably the most common pattern that good listeners demonstrate is that they ask a good question and then they let the speaker fully answer it. Like a good mental health therapist will ask thoughtful questions, and then stop talking for a while and let the client speak. Honestly, what we're paying for in many cases is just somebody to listen carefully to us. So a good question is a huge part of the listening pie. And the other part of verbal communication is those small utterances that show the other person that we're following them, like, I hear you, yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes it's not even full words. It might just be, oh. Those little utterances keep us engaged and show the other person that we're following. Third, active listening involves responding to what somebody just said. So the pattern goes like this. You ask a question, they respond for however long that takes, and at the end of that talking term, you give an informed response to them. So let's say you just ask a person what they've been up to lately. That's your question. And in their talking turn, they tell you that they have been doing diving lately. So you actively listen for a while they're talking. And at the end of their talking turn, it's your turn again. And this is where you show that you were actively following along and were interested in what they were saying. And you can do this by reflecting back what you just heard. You might say something like, wow, that sounds like an exciting sport. That's really cool that you're doing that. Or you could ask another follow-up question. I had no idea that you were into diving. How did you first get into that? Of course, you could do a little bit of both, like I just did. You could make an informed, reflective statement and then ask a follow-up question. The key is to respond to what they have just been saying. What you don't want to do is just look at them blankly and not react when they're done talking. And you've probably had somebody do this to you. You tell them about part of your day or something about your life, and they don't react. They just have this stone face. That's not active listening. If you want a gold star for active listening, then you have to respond to what they just said. Fourth, keep the focus on them and let them talk. Now, this one might seem obvious because you're listening, but when you decide to go into that listening mode, just make a decision that this is going to be all about the other person talking and not about you. Resist that temptation to jump in with your own story or to change the subject to your favorite topic. Keep your talking turns and questions concise and then stick to whatever topic they're interested in. Now, eventually, once they've done plenty of talking, there will usually be an opportunity later in the conversation for you to share your experiences. But my rule of thumb is to dedicate at least the first half of the conversation to pure active listening. So I hope these 4 tips help you listen completely in your next conversation. Question of the day, which one of these tips do you need the most work on?
Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Thank you, Donna. Hello?
We hear you.
Can you guys, yes, you see that? You see my PowerPoint again?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what did you guys hear him say about active listening? What are key elements that comprise this idea of active listening?
I just the catch up with the active listening is like a whole person listening. It's like even though the word we're speaking were emotion, but even though the silence, the concentration for the person's speaking what they say.
Right. So it sounds like it involves more than just words. What other types of things is involved in, if not just words?
The nonverbal.
Nonverbal.
Cues. Somebody might be crying and saying, "Oh, I'm great, I'm great, I'm great." You know, you gotta pay attention to everything.
That's right. So active listening involves body language, right? Nonverbal language, along with verbal language. So what else? What other key factors did you all see?
Notice is a two-way thing as well.
One more time?
I notice is a two-way thing as well.
Yes, that's true. What else?
It also involves responding to what the person said.
Yes. So when in terms of response, does it always have to be a verbal word response?
So active listening is intentional. I like
Yes.
what he says is a choice one makes when the other is speaking.
Yes, that's correct. So what are the steps, right, of active listening? You have to sit there and what? Wait and not
talking.
speak, not talk. Resist the urge to not share your own stories about whatever, but to sit there and listen to them intently. All your focus and attention is on them, right? So once you do that, you have to respond. What type of response did he talk about? What did he call that response? Does anybody remember?
Yeah, the response has to be also very precise, but focus on the topic, that the person is
Yes.
talking about.
Right. Do you all remember the name of what he called that? What type of response was that?
Did he say informed?
Informed, close. It's reflective. Do you all remember saying reflective? You must reflect on what was being said. So in his reflection, in how he defines a reflective response, there is a lot more ways of responding. So he compiles everything into one framework, which is called reflective response. Do you all remember the types of responses that you guys learned in another didactic? Right, there was 5 different ones. What are they? Do you all remember?
Empathetic response.
Judgmental.
Judgmental. What else?
Developmental.
Developmental.
Sympathetic.
Sympathetic.
Curious. Exploratory.
And
Yes.
direct or fixing.
Yes. You also have what's called feeling responses, right? So you are analyzing, assessing, a better word, assessing what they might be feeling, right? So if you're visiting a patient and you sense they are feeling sad, a good active listening / feeling response is, that sounds like you're sad. So in that framework of reflective listening or reflective response are these subcategories of types of responses you can give. Okay? So right now, all I want you to do is to be aware of that exists within that context. When you give a reflective response or when you respond to people, it can either be a judgmental response, it can be a feeling response, it can be whatever other these responses you all have learned. Okay? So be aware of that. So again, it's about asking questions, but not any question, right? It's about asking open-ended questions. Does that make sense? So can anybody define what an open-ended and a closed-ended question is? Or give me an example of that. What's an open-ended question?
Not what you just asked.
It requires more than a yes or no answer.
Yes. So you ask a question in a way that requires more than a yes or no. So a closed-ended question will only require a yes or no answer. Right? So part of active listening is asking open-ended questions that are reflective in nature. Right? So those reflective responses are either going to be a feeling response, a judgmental response, a curious response, a developmental response, and so on. Make sense? Okay. All right. So let's define empathy versus sympathy. What's I gave you a little bit of the answer there. What is empathy? What is empathy? No, let's begin with what is sympathy?
Well, this morning we said sympathy was feelings for someone, and empathy was feeling with someone, coming alongside.
Okay, good. How about others? How do you all define it?
I think sympathy is just feeling bad or pity for someone.
Okay.
Whereas empathy is more of a companioning sentiment.
Okay. So can someone read the definition for empathy?
Okay. Empathy, the ability to share someone else's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation. To walking a mile in someone's shoes while being aware of your own emotions.
Yes. And what is sympathy? Can somebody read that?
An affinity, association, or relationship between persons or things wherein whatever affects one similarly affects the other.
Right. So which would be, in this context, the opposite of empathy, at least as I define it, is walking a mile in someone's shoes. That's sympathy. Empathy is walking a mile in someone's shoes and being aware of your own emotions. That's empathy. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
All right, let's watch this next video. Donald, let's see if I can play it. Actually, Donna, can you play it? I don't have access for whatever reason.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's gonna stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever gonna stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Come on, if you would just...
Don't...
Okay, thank you, Doc. So what did y'all observe about that encounter?
He kept trying to fix the situation.
Right.
Because it seems like the solution was there, this is what you need to do, but that's not what she wanted.
Right. Right. What else?
He didn't hit the nail on the head.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was quite tempting because he could see the nail. So he tried to fix it because it was very obvious. But then at some point, he tried to connect with her empathetically when he says, that sounds really hard. And the lady also acknowledged that.
Right. And that's all she wanted, right? Did she want the nail pulled out of her head? Didn't seem like it, right? And many times when we visit patients, that's what it's like. I just want somebody to listen to me. Yeah, I know I have a nail in my head. I don't want you to fix it. Just listen.
Mm-hmm.
But many times in the hospital context, in that context, it's always about fixing stuff. And many times patients aren't listened to. So that's where the job of the chaplain comes in, is to provide that element of listening. How are we providing empathy? Through our active listening. So I show that clip as a good indication of what it looks like to listen. And as Jennifer stated, it was a very simple phrase. That sounds really hard. And that gave her so much relief, like, thank you. It is hard. And that is exactly or close to what may happen when you begin visiting patients. So listening actively means you are there completely. You are not there to fix anything, to change anything, to do anything other than walk alongside them by listening to what they're saying and helping them express their emotions. Does it make sense?
Yeah, but I don't like the I know that example is a metaphor, but I don't like the example with the nail, because visualizing that as any protective instinct of anyone in nail, yes, again, it's a metaphor, but I think it's a metaphor that would say, as a caregiver, I cannot look past a nail when I know a nail is harmful.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it is actually harmful. And how do I ignore that and just listen? As a mom, it will be hard for me though. I don't try to be honest. I can just say, okay, I'll ignore it, but my presence will be very performative, will not be real. Because something harmful is on somebody's head and that needs to be taken out. So that role, there's a chaplaincy role, but there's that humanity that says this person is being harmed right now. So I, as a caregiver, I'm just going to be brutally honest. I want that nail out.
I don't want you to take out my nail. I love it there. I need it there. It protects me.
Yeah, that's why I'm just saying that I want to be very honest and not perform. I
No.
can perform the chaplaincy role, but I'm a mom, and that nail is harming her. I cannot not see the harm it's doing to her.
Yes. 1 second, Victor. And that is a key point to all of us. You are very honest, and thank you for that. Because that is the rub. Many times as chaplains, we see situations that we can fix or they can fix, but all they need to do is pull out that nail and it can be done with. But many times people don't want that. They don't need a fix. All they want is to be listened to. And that's the hard part. As caring people who want to help others, that is the hardest part about chaplaincy. Victor, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Alice, this is a follow-up from the question you asked the other time, the prophetic role of the chaplain, the advocacy aspect. And you're not struggling with, in fact, this is just typically African. I was freaking out when, their foreheads were banging. So our first reaction is to pull out that nail, one. So, but chaplaincy, people are trying to really chisel us, to fit into there's a certain role we're expected to play. But for us Africans, it's very difficult. I'm struggling with it. And I know it's what Alice is trying to point out. And some of us here, our communal culture, they're just not just there for yourself and by yourself, all the freedoms and all that. So your parents have to guide you, you have to instruct your children, you have to, sometimes even force them to, do the proper things, but not handing them over authority, do it yourself, make your choices. Well, if it turns out good or beautiful, if it's harmful, well, so be it, is your choice. Those are the dynamics we're struggling with. I think that's what Alice is pointing out. And it's happened to me this way. I don't know for the others, but in a typical culture where we are, there's so much freedom. Even I'm okay with my nail and all that. So I don't know.
And
yes, Victor.
I appreciate that honesty. And that is true for a lot of us in chaplaincy. That's the truth of the matter is we want to help people. And many times people don't want the help. They don't want the help for whatever reason. And that's the hard part. How do we be a chaplain to people who don't want that help in that way, but just want to be listened to?
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Okay. You're a chaplain. You enter a room. You is visualizing a 14-year-old boy with box of medication that he wants to kill himself. I say, I need to drink this now. I'm going to die. And wants to drink that medication. You are a chaplain. You are not a fixer. You are not a rescuer. You just be a chaplain. What will you do in a situation like that? You just be a chaplain and let this child die because you are a chaplain who cannot fix or rescue? What do you do in a situation like that as a chaplain?
What does it mean to fix? What does it mean to rescue?
By rescuer, for me, this thing, I understand all that dynamic, and I've really gotten it because my whole life, my backstory, my narrative history, my whole life, I've been a rescuer, a fixer. Okay, I'm moving from that. I'm really understanding. There comes a point in time where you just have to go beyond that passive role of his chaplain who says, I'm not here to fix, I'm just here to listen. Do you want to die? Okay, drink and die. I cannot be that kind of chaplain. So should we be that kind of chaplain?
So let me ask you this. Because as you define it, a passive role, we're here to listen. Because we listen, does that mean they will drink that? And want to die?
What if they do? The nail, I don't want it, leave my nail alone. What if they want to drink it though?
So then what do you do?
I will rescue. I'm going to tell you that if that chaplaincy had down, I'm going to like do something. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm going to do something. I'm going to call somebody. I'm going to do something. I'm not going to let that child die because I'm just an active listener and that's it. I'm just going to be very honest because we have to ask that real life is difficult, is much more than just theory. Real life calls for an embodied presence. That's why that ministry of presence, it calls for an embodied presence that goes just beyond just theory. Real life is harder than what we you know.
So Alice, thank you. Thank you for the question, for your honesty. I really appreciate that because you are true. It is true what you're saying, right? What does it mean to be embodied? And I think in that situation, we typically tend to look at these situations as black and white. We're either going to do this or not do that. So whenever you had, and I've had these situations where people have wanted to take their life. And the biggest component of that, in my experience, has been that no one has seen them, no one has listened to them. So because no one in their mind cares for them, they are going to take their life, right? This is in my experience. So for me, it's really not about, am I going to save them or not save them? I'm going to ask them, tell me about why you want to take your life. Tell me about what it means for you to live. And if that's okay, can we get help for you? And what does that look like to get help? So it's more about inviting someone into a conversation than taking their choice away. Does that make sense? So I'm not actively saying, I'm just going to listen and not do anything. What I am saying is, I'm here to listen to your pain, to your sorrow, to your disconnect. And in that disconnect, how can I help you? How can I provide assistance for you? How can I be present with you? Can we get some help for you? So that's when I think about active listening and I think about that embodiment, it's really that presence of, hey, I'm listening to your sorrow. I want to come alongside that. How can I support you? So in that way, you're inviting them into the conversation. You're inviting them to problem solve for what they're experiencing. And that embodiment comes in the fact that, hey, this person has actually listened to me. They care. Someone cares for me in this world. Maybe I shouldn't take my life. So that's how I would handle it. And that's how I see that dynamic of active listening, being present, and that embodiment. So it's not about black or white. It's more about conversation. Does that make sense? What are your thoughts on that, Alice? And the group as well, not just Alice.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I hear what Alice is saying, but in that situation, I was also trying to think, can fix-it response work at that moment? Because it's like some getting into a room and this person is wanting to do that immediately. It's like there is no even time to listen to what you have to say, you know. But then thinking about it in another way, I was like, maybe telling the person, I know you want, this is what you want to do. Can we talk about it? At least to calm the person down, not to do carry out the action immediately. Then we can talk about it.
Right. So that isn't so that's what we call an appropriate intervention. Hey, wait, before you do this, I do care. Let's have a conversation about this. right? So I'm not running in there, stop, don't do that, and taking things away from them or stopping them physically or however. It's more about that invitation. David, you had a response or a thought.
Well, I think looking at this from a cultural aspect, it's like it with most of my students in Dinuba, I can't use idioms or a lot of sarcasm because it's not in their culture. And in our Western culture, what's happening there is the nail in the head is supposed to be somewhat humorous, but making a point that, yeah, it looks like a fatal thing to have a nail in your head and it stirs up, we got to get that out of there. But the nail represents for someone a big problem, or maybe a deep hurt or a wound, and I don't know if it was her husband, but the man is looking at it and saying, well, whatever you're saying doesn't really make sense because you have a nail in your head. It's like when you get in an argument with your wife and you're not getting it. She's telling you all about her disparity, of the way she feels, everything, and that's what she was doing. I keep snagging sweaters. Well, that's kind of meant to be humorous because that's going to happen if you got a nail sticking out of your head. But that's really not the point. That he's supposed to grab onto how she's feeling, and she's wanting him to say, well, that must really be hard, you know. And so I think the metaphor is strong. It's really a strong metaphor, and I think in culturally that could overwhelm you, but it's meant to be an image and a representation of the problem that he's not supposed to address. He's supposed to find out how she feels. So.
Yeah, thank you for that, David. So yeah, you know, these are good conversations. This is good honesty to have, because we will run into these situations, and many times we run into these situations where we have there is a potential for us to feel helpless, and what we want to do is fix things. What we want to do is rescue people, and sometimes that's just how it is, right? That is a component sometimes of our culture, of who we are, our family dynamic. I know it was a portion of my culture. It is a portion of my culture, of my family dynamic, to rescue someone. So for me, I don't see chaplaincy as black and white, as I have to save or not save. It's more about, and this is harder, and it takes a longer period of time, but how do I walk alongside somebody who is feeling that sorrow, that pain? And what does it take for me to be fully present with those people, to let them know I care? Because when I listen to them, I'm caring about them and who they are. Does that make sense? Other thoughts? Alice, do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Alice.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you say it, that is not black and white, and that is very helpful, that you have complex situations. And that following up also what David is saying, that what might be read as a metaphor in one culture is not a metaphor in another culture. So
correct.
Cultural awareness is very also important, that images might connote different, have different significations for different people because of the culture within which they come from. Like Victor said, we come from a really highly community-oriented culture where we are really our brother's keeper. It's not that we are not individualistic culture, is we are really our brother's keeper. So the well-being of the other overwhelm. It's not just fixing, it's just being taking care of each other. So hence representations like the head in the nail and what it represents for me and for people from my culture. Thank you, though, for explaining and helping that complex way of viewing. That is not either or, can be both and more.
It can be both and, correct. It's not just black and white, right? And I appreciate that. I appreciate that culture. I appreciate where you're coming from, because your culture, who you are, will define how you understand chaplaincy. And that is greatly needed in this field. And this is why I say we're going to meet our dynamic in the hospital. And once we are healed enough to move forward in that, we can use all of that to help others, to be present for others. And that is a wonderful thing. Victor, did you have a response or a thought? No? Okay. And does anyone else have any thoughts? Go for Alfredo.
I just want to share an example because I was a wrong guy. I know what the alcohol doing in the body. I went to see a patient who has almost lost his kidney. And I know that his problem is the alcohol. But I get into the room and I hear him and I can say, you know, your problem is the alcohol. But it wasn't the point right there. The point was listening and help him with his problem right there, who was his kidney. As soon as we solve that problem, we can approach the second step. And in the end, the goal is try to take away from the alcohol. But in the beginning, I know that his problem was the alcohol, but doesn't help it. Right there in the situation where he was in the hospital, you know, with other more important issues in that moment than the alcohol. And I can see the images like that. Sometimes we know what's the problem, okay? But it's not the time to approach the problem because it's the issues behind the problem. And I just want to share that, you know, that even though we know the problem, we have to have different approach to help them. And active listening help us to walk with him through the process and to be free from the alcohol.
Thank you for that, Alfredo. Yes. So remember that we are all made up of our dynamic, whether that be culture, family, experience. That is who we are. And chaplaincy in many ways challenges us to integrate, to rethink of what that means for us in the context of chaplaincy. And many times that can be very challenging. It was for me. It still is for me. So I encourage you and to let you know that this is part of the process. And it's not an easy process. So I encourage you to continue and that it's okay. Any other thoughts or questions? And I appreciate all of you for sharing and for being vulnerable and open. These types of conversations is what makes us better. Does someone have a comment or thought?
Well, I was going to share something I read over the summer. Reverend Tanaka, who I'll be working with, recommended a book, which is Dijkstra's Images of Pastoral Care. And I'm really enjoying one of the articles by, he was a Dutch psychologist, Heij Leder. And he shares an analogy of pastoral care as being a circus clown. And what seems conventional in pastoral care, or even in the way we approach problems, is sometimes not what's needed, but out of the norm. And he uses the word, it's foolish to us at times what the approach we might take. And he talks a little bit about laughter, but what I'm gleaning from that is I have ideas about what it should look like and what from my culture and my background and experiences. But sometimes we're asked to do things that appear foolish, that don't appear to be part of the norm. So
thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, any final comments before I move on? I want to get to one last slide that is very important, or I believe to be important. Any other comments? Okay. So this is the slide I want to get to. This is what's called the feeling wheel. Have you all seen this? What do you all notice about this wheel? What do y'all see?
Emotions and feelings.
Emotions and feelings. What else?
Oh, it starts from a more general emotion and then becomes more nuanced as you go to the outer circle.
Yes. Yes. What else?
The inner circles have deeper colors.
Yes. How many emotions are in the center?
Six.
Six, correct. So this is what, does someone have a comment?
I see cause and effect.
Yes, correct. So when we look at this feeling wheel, at the very center of it, this is what our core emotions are for most everyone. There are other feeling wheels that add one or two more here, but typically this is the core emotion of any person, typically. So as you see, as they go out, these become more of the nuances or defining this core emotion. Does that make sense? So, for example, if I say I feel frustrated, what is that core emotion? What am I actually feeling?
Mad.
I'm actually angry. What if I say I'm feeling embarrassed?
Scared.
What am I actually feeling?
Scared.
Scared. Correct. What if I say I feel important? What am I actually feeling?
Powerful.
Powerful, correct. So we can go on and on and on, and we can see how these are defining that core emotion, right? So I know we're running out of, we have a few more minutes. So what I like to do is create feeling responses. Okay? So I'm gonna tell you a quick little story. Many years ago, when my daughter was born, we went home on the third day. When we got home, the house was cold. The heater did not work because it was the middle of winter. My wife was in pain. She didn't have pain medicine, so we needed to go get pain medicine for her. And my little girl, when my wife went out to get pain medicine, stopped breathing. So I started rescue breathing on her. I called 911. I took her outside and started CPR on my 3-year-old daughter until the ambulance came and we went to Children's Hospital. Okay? She survived. She's fine. Nothing Nothing happened in terms of that. So that's my little short story, my little condensed story. So let me ask you this. What type of emotion do you believe I was experiencing in that situation? Using the feeling wheel, what was I experiencing? What feelings was I experiencing?
Good.
Scared, most definitely. What else?
Confused, maybe?
Yes. What else?
Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed. Right. So this is the gambit of emotions I was experiencing as I was in the situation, right? So in the same way, when you visit patients, you'll begin to pick up on the different emotions they are experiencing in that moment. Whether it's joyful, whether it's cheerful, whether it's embarrassed, whether it's sleepy, apathetic, whatever it is, all of you can easily pick up on those emotions as you did with my situation. So the way to use or to compile an feeling response is to use an emotion with the phrase, that sounds blank. Does that make sense? So let's practice. Alfredo, will you be my guinea pig? Is that okay? Okay. Alfredo, you listened to my story and you said you picked up the feeling of scared. How would you put that into a feeling response?
That sounds so scared.
That's it. Or that sounds so frustrating. Or that sounds so sad. So these are feeling responses, which are open-ended responses. Does that make sense? So when you're in a room visiting with patients, you're going to intuitively pick up on these emotions. Right? So all you have to do is say, that sounds scary. That sounds frustrating. That sounds whatever it is you are sensing or you are experiencing in that situation is how you create an open-ended feeling response. So visiting with patients, this is the goal. This is what I see as active listening, as the initial stages of active listening. Okay? I'm out of time. If you have questions, please let me know. Thoughts or questions before I end? Okay. All right. Again, thank you for your participation, for your response, for your vulnerability. I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to hand it over to Joseph, I'm assuming, or Donna.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan.
You are welcome.
Get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. You take care.
Bye. Okay, guys, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, guys. Sorry for the short break, but I think you can still handle this for the last 2 hours of second day of orientation. Okay. I'm going to shift the gear a little to a higher speed, and then hopefully you can come along. Let's see. Next hour, I'm going to talk about group theory. Okay, group theory. This is very important. Of course, the other didactics are very important too, but it's about group theory. And group theory is about 1A10, demonstrate knowledge and initiate use of healthy relational boundaries. 11, understanding group dynamics. Okay. In care encounters and learning process in your group or when you meet with patient family. 22, awareness of your ability to receive feedback. 23, offer feedback in the group. So all of these are related to my didactic on group theory. Yalom, who is one of the most respected group theorists, says, group is a social microcosm, meaning that from one group to another group, you can move on to, but your behavior pattern may be very similar. And then probably you'll tend to do this very similar behavior pattern to whichever group you move to, because that's what you're familiar with. Okay? You know what it means? It means that if there's some behavior pattern that you do not like very much about yourself, then you can try different behavior pattern in this peer group setting, which is safe, so that you can change your behavior pattern in other social environment as well, for example, in your church, in your family, or among your friends. So I recommend you take a risk, have guts, and practice different behavior pattern. Remember, I talked about an intern who got numb with all female patients because they reminded him of his mother. And then he practiced different pattern in peer group because there was an older female peer in the group. And then with her and her help, she invited him to practice different pattern of behavior. And he did. And he could change your behavior pattern before and with old female patients as well. See how it works? So I hope you take your gut in this group and practice different behavior pattern that you want. Tuckman says there are 5 stages of development in group: forming, storming, norming, working, and journey. Forming is the stage when people gather together and then they try to be one group. And they keep searching for what is my role in this group. Okay, and they also want to get some approval, acceptance, and respect, the domination in this group. And orientation is very important in this stage. So that's where you are. You're in the forming stage. Storming. Now you start size up with one another and trying to find the order, the pecking order in the group, who is higher and who's lower, who's more stronger, who's weaker. Okay, you keep sizing that up. That's storming, and sometimes you get mad and then try to resolve after that. Norming is that now the members of the group start cooperation, mutual support, and the group integration and mutuality start appearing. And then we start having this we consciousness. Oh, this is my group. There's some spirit in this. And establish intimacy and trust. Next stage is working. So with that cohesiveness, you start cooperating with one another and collaborating. So it's like working as an organic entity. And then a journey, and you say bye to one another. And then in that group, there are two different kinds of dynamics happening. The blue triangle at the bottom is called the KDT, Cartman's Drama Triangle, or Dreaded Drama Triangle, DDT. Okay, so it is anxiety-based and problem-focused. So in the dynamic, you can, if people are anxious, they start playing one of these three roles, either persecutor, rescuer, and victim. Okay, so as chaplain, as we enter into a patient room, it's very easy, and we feel very tempted to play the role of a rescuer. Okay, and then we see our patients as a victim. When we see patients as victim, it means that we also see their environment or somebody who persecutes them. Okay, so the persecutor can be a person. Also, the persecutor can be an environment. Let me give you an example. You enter into a patient room and the patient starts complaining about how bad the nurses are. The nurses treat the patient so badly, have no respect for any humanity, and then they do not give the medicine that she wants. She wants more pain medicine, and they don't give that to her. And then she complains about the whole system of the hospital. She does not like that. She prefers the other hospital. She wants to move to the other hospital. And then if you say, "Oh, I totally agree with you. I'm so sorry for that. I agree. This is bad." In parentheses, I don't like this hospital either. If you say that, what role did you play according to this?
Persecutor.
Okay, so which role by saying, "Oh, I totally agree with you. You're right. This is bad hospital." What role did you play in this blue triangle? Either persecutor, rescuer, or victim?
Rescuer.
Rescuer, yes. And which role did you invite the patient to be?
Victim.
Victim. Actually, it could be, both ways. Either you invited her to be victim, or she invited you to play the rescuer, and then she claimed to be a victim, and then you accepted the invitation. If that's the case, so who is the persecutor?
The hospital.
Hospital. That's right. The hospital is the persecutor. Yes. Now, versus dreaded Cartman's drama triangle. Contrary to that, there is TED, which is the empowerment dynamic. This is passion-based and outcome-focused. You're not anxious. Okay, as you enter into the patient room, you hear the patient complaining about the service of the hospital and bad treatment by the staff. Okay, and when you hear that comment, you say, "Well, I hear you. I assume," and it appears that you're really mad. Can you tell me what happened? And you listen to that person, and the patient says, "You know what? This is my third time visit. I have come back, and I have been having this pain, all over. And then the doctors keep telling me that, my body is allergic to so-and-so pain medicine, so I can't take it. But I need it, I have to get it because I need it." And you say, "Oh, really? Okay, I hear that. Thank you for sharing that information with me." So it seems like you have two options. Okay, so the doctors recommend you not to take this medicine because you're allergic to that. Okay, and so what options do you have about this? And the patient says, "Well, I can just go comply with them and no complain, and just take it, what it is, or I continue complaining." Oh, that's right. You have options, right? So if I say that way, which role did I play in the orange triangle?
Coach.
Coach, yes. So you see the difference between rescuer and coach? Rescuer means that you become the agent of helping. You become the fixer. Coach is not a fixer, but instead the coach gives the coach gives the choices, or coach helps care recipient to think about the choices they have. So because the care recipient knows that they have choices, it means that they have a power. So by reminding them about their choices, you give them power. So that's why it's called empowerment dynamic. So how can you transform or transfer from a rescue role to coach role? It's by giving the care recipient the choices or reminding them of their choices. Does it make sense? So you see on the right side at the bottom, how can you become a rescuer? How can you become coach instead of rescuer? It's by asking them instead of telling them. If you tell them, you remove power out of them. By asking them, you give them power, you empower them. By giving them choices, you empower them. So when you empower them and remain as coach, they think again and they slowly move away from victim role and they become a creator, creating new route by choosing better route. They create new stories, new future, new routes. That's what it means by creator. Okay. So how can they become a creator instead of victim? And there's essential shift in their mind, which is from reacting to choosing among choices. And that they can ask themselves by the help of the coach that, what do I really want if I have a choices? Oh, I didn't know that I have choices. I didn't know that I have a power. Does it make sense? Yeah. So sometimes you can become a challenger instead of persecutor. How can you transfer from persecutor to challenger? Is by changing your mindset toward the care recipient. If you approach the care recipient with the mindset of putting them down and think that they don't have power and capacity, you can end up being persecutor. But if you have the intention to build them up and help them to learn, or you want to learn from them, because of the change in your intention, you transfer from persecutor to challenge. Does it make sense? Okay. Any questions so far? No, it's easy, right? Okay. And then with this, I'm sorry to chuckle, because your educators will continue to ask you about what kind of group dynamics are you aware of in this group? What kind of group dynamics are you aware on this verbatim among patient family, and staff, among their sickness, their illness, and themselves and you? We will continue to ask you, are you aware? Are you aware? And if you're aware with that, how are you using it to impact your spiritual care? Does it make sense? Okay. So this is very, very important. This theory is that simple compared to a simple, but how you are aware of this in the middle of the encounter and in the middle of your group dynamic is different story. So that's why it's very important for you to continue to process this in the model of action, reflection, action. So you say something, some way in the patient's room, and you come back and write about that on verbatim, and you present it, and then we process together, and you find alternative way. That's why it's called action, reflection, action. And that's the way how you can learn. Okay? All right. I kind of ran through that because I wanted to do this another topic, which is how to engage in IPG. So IPG, interpersonal group or interpersonal relationship group, IPR, might sound a little unfamiliar or quite new for those new students. So that's why I just wanted to emphasize this didactic so that hopefully it'll be familiar concept with you before you begin this. It's about group dynamics, relational dynamics. And it also has to do with your ability to represent your role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships. Okay? And also has to do with your communication styles and skills. So what is IPG? IPG is your sharing group. Probably every other week, you will experience IPG, probably at the end of your classroom work. So IPG, interpersonal group, or in IPR, is a space to practice trust. Remember Yalom's group theory is a social microcosm? There might be or must be some behavior pattern that you have been doing for many, many, many years. And one pattern of behavior pattern of yours can have to do with trust. It's so hard for you to trust others and to earn trust. If that is your behavior pattern, then it's time for you to take advantage of this space. In this space, you can practice trust. Trust others, trust process, and trust yourself. Do I really have these guts to let it out? And you did not have that guts, you thought, when you were growing up, at home or in school or seminary. Now you can practice trust in this space. You can practice new behavior pattern and new group dynamics. Many times I have seen people playing the role of people pleaser. Yeah. All right, okay. Oh, this is a good question. When you tend to play the role of people pleaser, what kind of role is that, according to the group theory? Let me show you this again. So as you were growing up, you kind of tended to, and you still tend to, try to please people. What kind of role are you playing with that behavior pattern? There are 6 roles, 3 roles in anxiety-based KDT triangle, and 3 roles in the empowerment dynamic. Which role are you playing if you tend to behave as a people pleaser? What kind of mindset do you have?
Rescuer.
Rescuer. Who are you rescuing by pleasing people?
Those that I'm pleasing.
Say that again.
Those that I'm trying to please.
Yes, you are trying to please by saying this, by responding so fast. I see that, right? So when you continue to try to please people, what role are you playing? Are you creating something? Are you challenging somebody something? Are you coaching, or are you persecuting somebody? Or are you trying to rescue somebody? Or are you claiming to be a victim? Which role?
To be a victim.
A victim.
Oh, yes. All right. Oh, I like you guys are inside. All right. Why? Why do you think you're playing victim role as you try to please people?
You feel inadequate sometimes.
Yes.
You feel like pleasing people validates you.
Yes. You feel inadequate. So you're asking for help. I'm a victim. I'm inadequate here. I'm powerless. I don't know what to do. You come and help me. Yeah, I'm so glad you're starting. Yes, David.
You could be trying to avoid conflict.
Yes. Because you see yourself, I'm scared. What if there's a conflict? I don't know what to do. I'm gonna be the victim. I don't want to be the victim of this. So I'll go preemptive mode. I'm gonna just pave the road so that nobody can harm me. So I go, I make the first step. Yes, David. Anything else? Anybody else? Okay.
It's like when I get into the room and I don't know what to say or what to do.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. So see me as a victim.
Okay.
And so you can help me because I don't know what to do. You seem like, somebody who can be my helper. Okay. So I'm just giving you a sign. I don't know what to do. It's you. Okay. Jump in and help me. Rescue. Yeah. Okay. This is not all the reasons of why people do people pleasing, but many times they grew up in this abusive environment. And that was their survival mode, pleasing the tyranny, pleasing the dictator, so that you won't get hurt. Okay. So let's go back. So that's the beauty of IPG. Recognize your behavior pattern and try more healthier behavior pattern in this new group dynamic. I mean, in this group dynamic, which is safe. Okay. And change and grow. Sometimes you go quiet or overly quiet. Why you do that? Do you recognize your behavior pattern? You do not offer your feedback. You wait until the end. Why do you do that? What kind of behavior is that? What's happening behind this? What group dynamics happening here? What role by doing that do I play? What is my role in the first place in this group? Think about all of these group dynamics, and that'll help you to grow. And also, Johari window can be used here in the IPG. And through this Johari window practice, you can see other perspectives through the blind and the unknown window. So I don't know if you're aware of this Johari window, the new students. This is Johari window. So there are four windows in your conversation or in your dynamic with others. So the first one is called the open self. You open certain parts of yourself. so that it can be known to others. So they know that you know, and you know that they know. And there's a hidden self. People don't know about you in this area because you hide it, but you know about that. It's called hidden self. Also, there's a window that's called the blind self, which is they know about you. And you don't know what they see. You get oblivious. And you will experience this many times on verbatim presentation. You behave certain way. You thought you behave so gently, and then people see that, oh, you're people pleasing. They say, no way, I didn't do that. Because you're blind. But they all of your peers like point, to one direction. Yeah, you did people pleasing. No way. But you have to accept that when everybody says that. This is the area called blind self. And that's why you do IPG. And you accept that and process together with your friends and educator. And there's also another window called unknown self. There's some area that you do not know and they do not know. And it just pops up out of blue. This is divine for me, I think. So this happens in very out of blue way. So for example, I can talk about growing up in an abusive family, and then how I hated that, and how helpless and hopeless I felt, and people started empathizing with me, and then I start talking about my debate in my heart, and sometimes my dad was very abusive and alcoholic and cussing, and I hated that. But on the other hand, when he's sober, he was my best friend, and he took me to hunting, and then it was such a great experience together as hunting buddy. And then when I share about that, one of my peers can say like, so you went hunting, so then they talk about, oh, so what kind of rifle did you use? When you use a rifle, it's actually you can hit the target better than the handgun. And out of blue, somehow that reminds you of your experience in the military. And then you're reminded that in the military, when I was in the military, unlike other veterans, I really enjoyed my military. I served in 8th Army Special Troops Command, and I was HR, was in charge of signing all the soldiers' leave. I had my own office. I started working at 11, and then called it day about 2 p.m. So I worked for a couple hours every day. So I was reminded of my good days, actually. And then I heard somehow, like hearing from God, that, my young days was not as bad as I always claimed to be. And I feel rewarded about that. See how it works? Unknown self. I thought I was talking about my gloomy days. And then my peers were trying to empathize with me. So we both were here, and out of blue, that through this conversation, I hear something else, totally different. Does it make sense? And you will share about that in the IPG. It can happen.
I just don't want to share for my previous the CP. That is my first unit for the CPs, and I never experienced that before that. When they're before the class, my wife and me make some discussion, like angry, And then I rated the classroom and the groups and peers that ask to me why you are late. But in that moment, the home internet the connection is not the confirmation. So, but I only tell to my peers it's about their internet connection, but I hide my that happened with my wife. So I hiding my information, and then the group fears is skeptical, and I don't know how can I explain to with my wife the discussion. So I didn't tell to my group peers. So and the end of the class, I just realized I'm losing two things. The one is trust with my peers, and I'm losing for myself because I'm hiding for the actual fact. So which meaning is I'm losing to chance to the grow for me and for their groups. So that's one of my experience.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chusong, for sharing that. Yeah, so that sounds like a good recommendation for you guys to trust this space. Yeah, many times you thought, I can hide this. I can tell lies because I can't handle this, emotion for now. But somehow your peers smell it. Okay. You thought you hide it well, but your peers smell. And somehow there's a different angle, different perspective enter into that space. And that's what is called unknown self. You never know how God is going to tell you, what he's going to tell you in this space. So trust it.
Do we trust in that space? Only for me, it happens when we've come to the Tuckman theory of the level of forming, when really they're working together, because that is a place where you feel safe.
Yeah.
And on all of this is like, again, it depends the group you are with,
Right.
So on that, I had a therapy group for Unit 1. And
Right.
I know I'm having a therapy group. I already know that for Unit 2. But that kind of opening is like they say, it's risky. But it's worth risking it when you are in a space where that forming has happened.
Right.
Otherwise, it's hard to just do it unless you know that it is really a safe space.
Very good. Yeah. So thanks so much for referring to the therapy. This is not therapy space. How it is different. It may feel similar. It may sound similar. And there's something similar, between therapy space and the IPG space in pastoral care setting. How it is different, how it is similar. Let me explain this. And also, as Ellie said, how can we make it safe space? By writing covenant. Because this is a group space, everybody has the right to put your own hope for the rule of engagement. So let's say you can start saying, I want to make this space safe, so that we have to make it happen, we have to keep it confidential. So whatever we say here should not go out of this space. So you can put your piece of hope to make the covenant. So at the beginning of this IPG space, your educator will invite you to make covenant together as a group, so that, as Ellie said, it'll be a safe space. Thank you. So why we do IPG? to have a space, again, to have a space to learn how to learn in a group. Isn't it interesting? To learn how to learn in a group is very different than to learn by yourself. It's so different because you have to respect one another and learn together. You have to be able to respect others' perspectives and their mirrors. And you have to be very humble and vulnerable to accept what you see in your peers' mirrors, because your peers will all put up their mirrors for you that represent their perspectives. So can you be respectful enough to accept that? And that's how you learn how to learn in a group. Why IPG? And to have a space to learn how to interact and facilitate in a group. How can you not run away when you offered brutally honest feedback? But first of all, before I say that, you have the right to say no. You have the right not to respond. You have the right to respond for a long time. You have the right to respond for a short time. You have a right not to respond. You have the right to say, well, thank you very much, but not today. I think this is enough for today. I want to reiterate this many times. Probably Donna is going to do too. We forget that we have the right. When you present something, it's your time. You have the right about how it goes. And facilitate. Why IPG is to have a space to process our emotions in a group, which you might not have experienced quite often in the other groups, including your families before. So process our emotion in a group so that we can keep our emotional container ready for our next visit. So this is the biggest difference between therapy session and IPG and pastoral care. Why do we do this? Because we want to be better prepared for our pastoral care encounters. One of them is to keep our emotional container ready. If you're full of emotion, you can't provide care to others. If you can blind it, if you're blinded by your own agendas, you can't go out and provide support because you end up helping yourself. You're helping your own image reflected on the patients. That's what we call countertransference. Why IPG is to have a space to learn how to process our emotions in a group. Oh, I'm sorry, I say this again. Let's type bold. So this is what happens in the IPG. You know, when you try to comb your hair in the bathroom, you don't see on the back of your hair. So you may need the help of another mirror. And in the IPG, you'll experience many mirrors your peers will try to help you with. Hey, here, look at this angle, look at this angle, and look at this angle. And so you can see all around yourself. And also, this is what will happen in IPG on the right picture. When you go to like the theater, they try to put the title and the information of the movie, but this person can't see everything. They don't know whether it's all lined up or, you know, a little to the right or to the left. So he needs some help. We're standing far enough so that he can see the whole picture. This is what happens in IPG. So this is the specific rules of IPG. Okay, I want you to remember this. This is very, very important because not many of the new students have experienced this. So here's some examples. You can change it. You can make it vary in different ways. Anyone can claim a time, usually 10 to 15 minutes per person, or you can make it shorter, like, oh, I want to claim only 5 minutes to 7 minutes to share about any topic with the group. He or she has authorship. Again, you are the author of your life when you claim the time. After you claim the time and then the group says yes, that's all your time, you are the author. How you're going to author that time is all yours. So again, after you share the story, you can ask for like, oh, I need you guys to empathize with me today. Or I need you guys to give me some advice today. Or I need you guys to just be my listening ear and don't say anything. So when some of your peers try to offer you some feedback, and after you hear that, you can say, thank you so much for your feedback. But I think this is good enough for me. Or you want to say more, respond more in lengthy version. It's all your time. But as you claim your time, check with the group after 3 or 5 minutes of sharing if there's anyone else who wants some time too. So that it can be a fair space. It'll help the group to decide how much time one person can claim. At the beginning of your sharing, clarify the purpose of your sharing. For example, you tell them, oh, I'm just sharing this because I want you to be a listening ear. I want you to give me emotional support, or I just want some new perspectives on this agenda. So after sharing through the 7 minutes, check with the group if there is anyone who wants to respond with empathy or feedback. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this because otherwise I have seen students feel, after sharing their stories, sometimes they feel overwhelmed and just forget how to respond properly. I want to remind you over and over again that when you present your time, that is your time. It is you who choose how to respond. It is you, okay? I still have seen many students who felt numb and just froze and overwhelmed and started crying. What if you decide not to engage in sharing in RPG until the end? Probably this will happen, which is unshared feelings can go off. It'll explode or implode. What happens when it implodes? I was a typical person who opted for implosion. I just waited and waited. And I thought everything's peaceful and fine because I did not explode like my dad. But I was imploding a lot. So I ended up messing up my intestines and stomachs. I hope you don't do that. And when it's not processed enough, you can meet with any instances or person who will trigger countertransferences, meaning that they'll continue to remind you of somebody in your past, and you get stuck. Similar thing that you can apply to verbatim presentations. So the presenter offers the scope and content of the sharing by presenting consultation points on verbatim. So meaning that when you present your verbatim at the beginning of your verbatim presentation, you're going to tell your group that what you need from them. Can I say that, oh, I want you to give me praise today because I'm in that mood. I think I did a great job. Don't criticize today, okay? I'm not in that mood today. Can I say that? Yes, you can. But it's your choice. What if you continue to do so? Probably you'll end up not much growing. But again, that's your choice. Okay? You'll be given 5 chances to present verbatim, or 4. One of them, if you really feel like you did a great job, yeah, you can ask them to give you praise. Why not? I'll be fine with that, unless you continue to ask for praise, then there'll be some problem. But if you continue to ask for critics, oh, that might be a little bit red flag too for me. Okay. The presenter has authorship. Authorship. You are the author. This is related to authority. The real definition of authority is you become the author of your life. You become the author of your time. You become the author of the relationship. When you see somebody with a great authority, even though they are younger than you, even though they might come to you with not much experience, but somehow you feel their authority. Why? Because you see them stand strong and become their author. They say what they have in their heart. They let you know how they feel. They're not fearful about that. You can tell right away that, oh, he or she is the author of her life and his life. Then you sense the authority. That's how you offer spiritual care in authentic sense. And your patients sense it right at the moment you enter into the patient room. As you enter with authority, becoming the author of your life, they sense it right away. Think about this. And she determines the length of his or her response to peers' feedback and whether or not to respond to peers' input. Please remember this. That is your time. Peers ask and try their best to respond to the consultation points as they offer input. Peers can add their feedback on the presenter's types of responses, spiritual assessment, family system theory, or other areas, if the presenter agrees with their invitation. Again, that is your time. Don't you forget that. Peers are supposed to offer constructive critique, not criticism, rather than criticism. Peers are supposed not to repeat or quote other peers' opinions so that unintended triangulation will not occur. So, this is just an example, okay? I'm not putting you on the hot spot. So let's say we were hearing from Joseph's presentation, okay? And then David offered some comment. And then Alfredo happens to have this similar comment. What if Alfredo say the same thing right after David says the same thing? Then there's some dynamic happens, triangulation, unintended triangulation, because David and Alfredo, they agree together, and there's some subgrouping happening within this big group, unintended. And Joseph might feel like, oh, I'm cornered because these two people are agreeing with each other. And Joseph might, I'm not saying you have to, but might feel cornered because of this subgrouping. I'm not saying you should not say anything when you have a similar opinion with other peers, but I want you to be aware of that. Does it make sense? Okay. Then what is constructive critique other than criticism? Criticism is saying that, Joseph, I don't like your presentation. I don't like the way you offered care. Constructive criticism is, Joseph, I think I appreciated the way you offered care for this and this and this and this. I love the way your empathic posture, not only you said the empathy words, your posture was very empathetic. I really appreciate that. And then building on that, you offer new areas of applying that. Okay, so for example, oh, I love the way you offered your empathic posture. And I wonder, what if you use that empathic posture for this is male patient, the female patients, or this is amputee patient, and then how about you use that and apply it for oncology patients? How about you use it when they are really sad and emotionally worn out? So building on your first consultation point and then some affirmation point, and you build on that and offer new suggestions. That's what we call constructive critique. So start with something that you really appreciate and something to affirm, and then you offer some sort of alternative suggestions. Okay, that's what we call constructive critique. So it's not just saying negative stuff all along. All right, so that's pretty much it. Any questions so far about group theory or IPG? Victor.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful presentation. I also, perhaps it didn't occur to me, but now the way you presented it, I'm trying to see both what do you call it, individual supervision and IPG. Can it equally be mode of self-care for the, for us, as chaplains, because it's when we ventilate, because I never saw it in that regard, but the way you presented it, for somebody to open up rather than implode or explode, it could be also one other mode of self-care.
Thanks so much, Victor, for the comment. Yes, yeah, these three are all connected. Individual supervision and IPG and self-care, all connected. Yeah. So one of the key purposes of doing IPG, individual supervision, and the self-care is to be prepared again for appropriate spiritual care for the patients. So self-care is very, very important, I think. So you get the group perspective in the IPG, and you get the educator's perspective in the IS. And during self-care, you talk with God by yourself, and you reconnect to your spiritual resources by yourself. And then you get refreshed and refueled. There's something that you get refueled and recharged in the group. It's not just about, therapy, having, group therapy. It's the place and space where you get reconnected to this group resource. This is your resource. This community is open space where you get recharged. They're there to recharge you. Individual supervision is not just about the individual therapy. It's the place where you get recharged. Your educator's experience, your educator's care is there to get you recharged. Think about that way. Thank you so much for saying that, Victor. Yeah. Again, there's a difference between therapy session and here. This is where you get recalibrated and recharged. Good point. Anybody else?
Yeah, is there a set time for IPG, or is it sometimes spontaneous, or do you have to have a scheduled time?
Yeah, there's a schedule. So when you look at the syllabus, there's a schedule for IPG.
Saw that. Okay.
Yeah. Usually it's about sometimes 50 minutes, sometimes shorter, about 30 minutes. But there's a set time, yes. So you can be prepared. So you can share anything. Your family dynamic. Oh, Joseph, I didn't know. I didn't expect CB is this difficult, or verse. On the contrary, Joseph, I didn't know that. Oh, this is such a fun. I'm enjoying it. Yeah. So whether it's a cheers or fears, anxiety, whatever boiling up in your heart, share it. Reconnect. This is your space of reconnection with your group. Yeah, it's not therapy session. It's not. By the end of the day, we're spiritual caregivers, not only to the patients, but also to one another. Yeah. Anybody else? Joseph, any comments?
Yeah, I think it'll be very helpful for me personally, being able to speak and find support and be open and honest with the group. As this is my first year, I know that I'll need a lot of feedback and a lot of challenge as well. So I think it'll be a very crucial aspect for me.
Yeah. And also don't forget to use this space as a resource. Yeah, this space is your resource. This is community.
Thank you.
Open for you. Yeah. When I first, you know, I have 3 master's degrees and 10.5 units of CPE in addition to that. And my family always teased me by saying that, Dad or honey, seems like you'll be in school forever. But as I look back, it was only when I began my CP journey that I really felt like I was growing. I really felt I was growing in CP because there's so many theories I learned. I did not know which was mine, which was not mine. In only CP, I found that something clicked with me in the community where I could really connect and feel safe. I hope you can feel that way too. Of course, I did not feel safe when I was growing up at home. I did not feel safe as I was learning and going to school. Don't take me wrong, there's no abuse. Remember what Yalom said? The behavior pattern that you developed in one group continues. I continue the behavior pattern that I learned from my family dynamic. I continue that wherever I went, just whether it's a school or a church or in a seminary, I continued. I didn't know that until I had CP, until all my peers put the mirrors up at the same time. Everybody was telling me the same thing. I was the only one who had no idea. I was asking them, am I behaving that way? Yeah. And I felt so relieved. And that will happen to you too. That will happen to you too. When you trust the process and when you trust this group. Okay. I want to relieve you early. You should just give me just 5 more minutes. Tomorrow, I want you to come back with a life map because you're going to share your life stories. So there are different ways that you can do life map. You can hand draw like I did. So that was the first life map that I drew 20 years ago, 19 years ago, I think. So you start from your birth up till now, and you think about the ups and downs around, including those sufferings, and tell the group, share the story of how you dealt with it and how God intervened and supported you through that sufferings. And don't forget to talk about your achievements and your joys and your spiritual resources. What makes you recharged? Don't just talk about your sufferings, but talk about your spiritual resources, your journeys, and how God has been accompanying you and supported you. Okay? Or you have an option of making it as a PowerPoint. Okay? For those veterans, please do not present the same PowerPoint or stories. Try to edit it and try to reflect your growth after your units. Okay? Let me say this again. Do not say the same thing. Try to edit it and reflect your growth. You'll present it for 15 minutes and then you'll be engaging in feedback and responses from the group. And this will happen in your respective groups. So Dana's group and my group separately. Okay, it'll be happening tomorrow by the end of the day. Any question about life map? All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for being steadfast and faithful. I know you are enjoying this as much as we do. All right. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.